That's so funny.
Yeah.
Here.
So it's not just.
After teaching, but it was fun, at least I didn't have to do the shelter down for the tornado with children.
We are live, everyone. We're live.
What? You guys, I know, it's coming to yours. Nice, Sarah.
Yeah, it's recorded. You can look back on it. Almost everything.
Emily.
I did because another
Year unless
I guess.
Yeah.
It's like
And I didn't look at it. I said, I'm on the clock.
Staff on with.
Okay, so I am leaving at 9:30. It's a spring concert, and let me tell you, 3 hours of sleep to have a child or just learned how to play them.
I was so nervous.
What am I gonna do?
Get her like black swimming on about the. Oh, I'm looking at food. I got the song.
But no, not yet. Okay, are we gonna get that done? This weekend? Okay, sorry. And like donated there is. Say that I can, or I'm going to try to request it.
You can't send it. Keep the world back.
This is a crazy setup. It's insane. Oh, this is. Yeah, back in my stairs. Yeah. But it's also. I need to.
It is, I know, it's like, I know.
Put it in a big.
That's tough, fun.
Oh, I got more pride for all of the carrying over practices.
Oh, no, bro.
I didn't say pride.
It's like I had to double check to see like what we got. Feel it in the air.
I never thought about that. I've involved it.
That's when it gets.
For us, it's glad.
I think that.
I got three. Doesn't matter.
I was certain.
He said, hey, I tried to ask him nicely, and now I'm telling him, oh, I don't think you have to move to Senate with another senator though, so, but we have.
I'm just observing.
We're trying to make space.
I don't.
Yeah. You know, that was it. Oh, shuffle back in here. Yeah, y pero qué está pasando, claro, ahora. Get some.
Yeah, I.
It's gonna be your song.
No, no, se quedó.
Empanada.
Everyone wanted to be a wall.
Todo el trabajado, chair for senator. No fue al edificio hace más de 3 horas. Patos todavía empapados.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Oh, I came in hours ago. I'm trying them in the hand fryers. No.
There's, I mean, not for.
Waved him about it, but.
So now I'm just sitting here in my hands.
Maybe there's a. Wait.
Yeah. I believe my physical stuff. Wait. Brendan.
Oh, thank you.
So.
Oh, le marqué las
Years, and I was like, oh, I won't break up the last.
Sí, pero pues si me meten una vez, pues eso sirve. Porque esto no tiene sentido porque no del Senado. It's an HR manager.
Still, you go in places, bro, like.
Tenemos como un live action cam para cada persona que va a su cara. In reality, sí.
I can sit here.
Porque yo no le veo sección de honores. Así que estábamos ahí directamente.
We're moving to the other side. Everyone. I wish it.
At least I could save my last set of people.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the final Student Senate Business Meeting for the 2024 to 2025 Student Senate. It has been a wonderful journey with all of you guys, facing through the hardships, acknowledging our accomplishments, and we should all be feeling really proud because this is our final meeting together. I am excited to announce the good call to order.
We're actually gonna need a couple minutes for the call to open.
Oh.
I didn't pull up the agenda. Wait, it's the agenda.
We have to type it over.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, can you ask that?
My work laptop. Oh my.
Sure.
Give me this laptop. Ah. It's not mine. Well, the one in case I would never bought an apple. This is gonna pop up on the screen tomorrow. It's not bad. But the students.
You know, student group, it's
You're
Or
right,
you know.
you're right. I'm looking on the notes. Okay,
You look at us.
we're ready. If everyone is ready. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The meeting has been called to order for the Student Senate Business Meeting, April 24th, 2025 at Belleville Student Center. May we have the roll call?
Yeah, Regent Adidam here, Vice President Ramirez,
Here.
Director of PI1 here, Director of Finance Lacey,
Here.
Director of Leadership Development also. Director of Marketing Mai.
Here.
Director of Recruitment Hammond. Here. Coordinator of Student Wellness, Arizari Gums.
Here.
Senator El Roxy. Here. Senator Norby. Here. Senator Jimenez Avalos. Here. Senator Calderon Palacios.
Here.
Senator Benitez.
Here.
Senator Brady.
Here.
Senator Gomez.
Here.
Senator Hirschbaum Harding.
Here.
Senator Rangel.
Here.
Senator Vaughn.
Here.
Senator Rye.
Here.
Senator Valladares.
Here.
Senator Piper.
Here.
Senator Lopez. Senator Meister. Senator Gomez Rascon.
Here.
Senator Lopez Pereira. Ambassador El Rafai.
Here.
Ambassador Aishad.
Here.
Perfect. Wait, did you get?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, right?
Our first item of business is the reading and approval of full minutes. Is there any discussion on our previous minutes? If there's no further discussion, the chair is asking unanimous consent. Is there any dissent on approving the previous minutes?
Kevin, can you please speak up?
Yes. Is there any dissent? Oh.
Yeah.
Kevin, do you maybe want to come to the middle?
Keep going.
Please, Shuffling. You got a little bit.
Take the hamper.
My bad.
Is there any discussion on the previous minutes? If there's no further discussion, the chair is asking unanimous consent to approve the previous minutes. Is there any dissent? In the opinion of the chair, the previous minutes have been approved. Our next item of business is the approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Senator Carlton Palacios.
To add a committee vote report for the SLS expansion resolution.
The committee vote report on SLS expansion resolution. Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Gomez. Is there any discussion? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards. In the opinion of the chair, the committee vote report has been attached to SLS committee vote resolution. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Senator Calvin Palacios.
I would like a request for information for the resolution about the director of finance. I don't remember exactly the resolution name. The scope of director of finance. Did the author want us to move that down, correct? Or am I wrong?
Or
Yes,
yes.
yes. I would like to move that down. Possibly to E. Oh, just move it all the way to the end, just in case.
Is there a second on the motion to move the resolution on the bottom of new business? Seconded by Jimenez Avalos. Is there any discussion? Alright. Now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Alright, in the opinion of the chair, the resolution has been at the bottom of new business. Is there any discussion on the present agenda? Senator Rangel,
I motion to cut executive and committee chair reports from the agenda tonight, just because of open forum.
is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Senator Benitez. Now we're on to a period of discussion. Is there any discussion to cut executive reports and committee reports from our agenda? Senator Gomez,
Let's not just get lazy and let's actually do all of Senate. If we're gonna have people like me speak, let's get through all the reports.
is there any discussion? Senator Hirschbaum Harding,
Can we just motion to have them later in the day to see where it's landing, just so that we can make sure that there's no hesitation to extend open forum just because we're worried about time? I want to make sure that if it's appropriate, that we're still getting to make those reports, especially considering it's the last meeting, but also I don't want us to be worried about time and end up cutting open forum shorter than we should have just because we were worried about that. So my counter would be, I'm motioning to instead move it so that the last thing that we're doing is our executive and our committee reports.
is there a second? Senator Benitez. Now we're on to a period of discussion on the motion. If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion is adopted.
I think that was for the amendment of the motion.
It was the amendment of the motion, so we still now have to vote on the motion, yeah.
Now we're on to the first motion. Is there any discussion? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to our motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion is adopted.
Point of order, I might have accidentally just moved it to where it already was. That's my bad. I think it is already at the end. But just as a point of information for later, we can always motion to reconsider the agenda if at the end we decide that that is not time pertinent to make those verbal references instead of just written references. So FYI.
Is there any further discussion on the agenda? If there's no further discussion on the agenda, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
For the
For
agenda.
the agenda. For the agenda.
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Yeah.
Senator Benitez.
I motion for a special election, the executive ticket to take place on Monday, April 28th, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with any candidates eligible to run, contingent on if the student court appeals the election commission ruling.
Still on appeal.
We would like to add it on the agenda, right?
Yes.
On where?
Again.
Beginning
Your business.
beginning of new business, can you send me the motion? So I can include it on the agenda, please?
Wait, can you also send me the motion?
Yes.
Okay, real quick.
Sorry, awesome.
That's not much.
While we're waiting, is there a second on the motion? Second by Lopez Vernon. Now we're on to a period of discussion on the motion. Senator Hirschbaum Harding,
Can I make a request for information on some like further clarification, because I regrettably am not as up to date as I usually am. since it's my last semester, but can I just have like a quick up to date on what is happening and why that motion has been made, just so that I have the correct understanding, because that's my bad for not having all of the context.
Is there an answer to Senator Hirschman Hardy's question? Senator Galvin Palacios?
I would prefer if an election commissioner would give the information. If possible,
If there was, a queen.
if they could email someone or someone possibly from the executive ticket if they feel comfortable, such as the vice president or the regent.
I'm behind you.
Kevin, you should do it.
Wait, what was the discussion?
She's asked me for cliff notes about what's happening.
Yeah.
For the like running exact, tickets right now.
Like the TLDR, why we're,
What's happening?
yeah.
Well, so from my understanding, the election commission has made a ruling on the torch ticket and invalidated their ticket, which ultimately let Unify UNO be the new SJ leadership for next year. From my understanding, the torch or someone from the torch has appealed the ticket to the Supreme Court.
And so, sorry, point of clarification.
Senator Hirschman Hardy.
So it's the idea that because student court has not yet ruled on the matter, they think that it's pertinent to, before making it an official ruling, have the student court decide whether or not they found a problem. And that if this, so this is contingent upon the fact that if student court finds a problem, then we
Yes.
have the special election, but if they don't have a
Yeah.
problem, it just dies.
Yes.
Okay, we're
Yeah.
contact the team.
Senator Hirschman Hardy. Oh, gosh. Senator Calvin Palacios.
My question is, why would it go back to the old Senate or would it go back to the new Senate? If it goes to student court, wouldn't it go back to the election commission or wouldn't student court have the final saying?
Senator Meister.
So, point of information, if I may. Historically, when the student court makes decisions relating to election commission appeals, they can have any number of options. They can say things to the effect of, we deny the appeal, we accept the appeal, and we will provide this mechanism of relief. Either it will be completely accepted, or we will call for additional stipulations such as the special election request. They can also ask for things to the effect of sending it back to the election commission for reconsideration without the option of invalidation. But historically, that recommendation usually comes from the student court historically. I don't know if there's any prohibitions on us making that recommendation tonight, because that is a power that's enshrined for the student court bylaws. So we would need a ruling from the chair and or the student court. Like, we could do it, we could vote on it, but I don't know if it would be a valid vote. I have no idea. That's never happened. And so it would need a student court case after to ensure that we can actually make that decision without changing the bylaws.
Regent Anidam.
I have another question for you. Is student court gonna meet prior to that date? Anyone know?
What day? Gala?
The appeal date, the court appeal date.
So, point of information.
Yeah.
If the appeal was filed before the appeal date, like they have so many hours to appeal, if the appeal's been filed, then they're fine. The court can schedule at a time that's appropriate for them. The appeal just needs to be filed within 3 days.
But the election is contingent upon, or the special election is contingent upon the appeal, right? So has the appeal been scheduled for prior to the date that Brian suggested?
Yes.
Brian, when did you say that?
April 28th, Monday.
Okay, so is it scheduled for tomorrow?
It should be, it should be on Monday.
The appeal date is on
The
Monday?
appeal date's Friday, or the last day of the appeal date is Friday.
No, the student court day.
Oh.
When is the student court meeting?
Not established.
Not established yet at all.
Okay. What if
Director,
he's asking if that special election date would happen before or after when the student court would meet
We don't
for
have-
the appeal?
We don't have information about that yet.
Senator Gomez.
So if we don't know when this appeal date is set, I don't think we should move forward with this motion because then we're trying to put a timeline on the student court to have to meet over this weekend, which we don't even know if it's possible. This is what, they have less than 3 days
Point
to
of
find
order.
something out. So I don't think we should move forward with this motion.
Point of order. I would just like to recognize that if this motion or if responses to this motion are coming from parties affected by the motion, it's best in your representation to conflict out during this conversation, just so you're not giving a presumption of conflict. And so, if the initial motion is coming from an individual who's not on the parties, I think that's super solid. But I would just encourage or recommend that individuals involved in the complainant and respondent parties at any level of the court and or election commission involvement conflict out. You can provide information or requests to senators around you, but I just encourage conflicting out for the purposes of not bringing that particular conversation or grievance into this discussion. If that's appropriate, you can still choose to.
Senator Meister, I do find it appropriate. Senator Benitez.
This one, this could be changed, or it doesn't have to be April 28th, it could be moved to like in May-ish, or I guess we could just change the one to say contingent on whenever. And then based off what they.
Senator Hirschman Harding.
I think it sounds like if we're wanting to move forward with it, this needs to be a suggestion to the student court that we think that if they find that there was some kind of malfeasance, et cetera, that our request would be that there is a special election rather than other avenues, but I don't think that requesting a specific day makes sense. I think that if we thought it made sense, it's well within our rights to say, we are requesting that, like, if this is to found, like, if they find, an issue that that we are suggesting that perhaps the action that they take is a special election, but I think it would just be within our best interest to make it a motion to, like, a vote of support or a vote not to, on whether or not we think that's an appropriate response. I don't think putting a date on it is our best interest because the student court needs to work at the pace they're working at. We don't want to accidentally be pushing a student group to be meeting at times that isn't cohesive to what they're doing academically. Putting together a special election can also be time sensitive. There's more sections to it. So I think if anything, this motion should more so be a vote on whether or not we are sending a statement to the student court thinking that we think this is an appropriate response. Because requiring it is not something, first of all, that we know we could do. And we don't know what that looks like timeline wise for them, but requesting or stating that it is in our opinion that that would be the best course of action is something we're allowed to do because it's just a statement of support or not.
Senator Carlton Palacios.
What information can the student senate request an election? I thought that was the student court or election commission duty.
Senator Ringel.
It's part of the policy index on section 11.1.
Point of information, we also, I think, are considering just making it a statement of support for that being the action we think is most appropriate. I think it's up to us to decide whether or not we want this motion to be a request or just a request to have that special election, or whether or not it's something that we're just stating we think that this is probably the most appropriate course of action if you find something to be incorrect.
Senator Carlton Palacios.
Personally, I just wouldn't feel comfortable supporting that, knowing that it is going to student court because they specialized into the documents. That's just me.
Senator Benitez.
I guess point of information, I feel like it'd probably be best to move with the motion of, I guess, just sending like a voice of support that we support them, trying their best to see.
Are you motioning to amend your motion?
Yeah, let's do that.
So now we're on to amending Senator Benitez's motion. Is there a second? Well, before we begin, can we say the amendment again?
So I motion to amend this motion to say that we,
Voice our support for the course of action if an error is found to be holding a special election.
yes, that.
It's year 4, I've got it down. Because all I do all day is rework things until somebody
We have
understands.
to think a bit harder. Nice, yeah.
Hey,
Just not gonna get that.
at least just picked up. That was their shoes.
Is there a second on the amendment? Senator Valadares, is there any debate on the amendment to the motion? Senator Meister?
Just general commentary, I'm gonna run out of time here, so. I think it's really important for us to just be conscious of the significance of the events that are going on around us and that our role and responsibility is to the students. Making sure that providing a continuous democratic student government for the students is each of our responsibilities as student representatives. Each of us are going to have different perspectives and how we represent colleges and conceptualize that. At the end of the day, that's the entire reason we're here and empowered to be here. Please think about that as you're making your vote and the potential implications, one way or another, voting for or against or saying about how that will impact the students you serve. There is a particular amount of complexity in terms of the feelings and emotions related to this election. It's impacted folks in a variety of different ways, and it's impacting everyone differently. And I think, Mr. Chair, it's something that we need to be cognizant of as we're approaching this, both for the continuity of students' trust, faith in elections, but also the continuity of their trust and faith in the democratic process and our willingness to support them, through them distrust. Different students are, again, distressed for different reasons. So be conscious as you're voting of the different student voices you've heard, the student voice you represent in yourselves, and just be conscious of the potential impact and ramifications that any decision we make have, and be prepared to speak for why you voted the choice that you made tonight. That's all.
Senator Piper?
Oh my gosh, guys, I kind of forgot that we had, everyone here, so that is kind of funny, so. If anybody's looking for it, it'll be.
No, okay, perfect. We're still in a motion, right?
We're in the motion, we're gonna update the motion.
Okay,
So right now, we're just talking about.
okay, so I guess. Maybe that's what I'm gonna say. I'm still gonna statement. I think also it could be beneficial too during this motion when we go to vote, if maybe we do a secret ballot considering kind of like how the high tensions of this issue, and also so that way it's not I guess everybody's vote with a name on it, I guess. I think that could be a little beneficial to kind of help with tensions, but also that's kind of just an idea to be thrown out there. I think if you want to talk about it, have that discussion, if that's something we could have, but I think it could be beneficial to have during this motion. So I just say that.
Senator Piper, we can discuss about secret ballot for the motion. However, with the discussion right now, it's amending the motion right now. Senator Hedgeman Hardy?
Speaking strictly on this motion, to change the motion, I think that this verbiage makes more sense. I think that it is absolutely our place to speak our mind on what we think should be happening. But I think that outright demanding that as the solution might be overstepping the separation of the branches that we have. And I would hate for there to be a conflict because we've overstepped that bound. However, I do think that it's absolutely our jobs to say, we think this is the appropriate response. So I like the way that this is worded more, because I think that it is well within, I mean, that's what we are, we're a representative body. So I think that it's well within our rights to decide whether or not we want to make a statement about thinking this is an appropriate action. But I find it to be a little bit more of an appropriate separation than outright demanding it. I just feel more comfortable with this verbiage. I feel much more comfortable moving forward with it, because that way it is us working as a representative body for our constituents, rather than being the body that is being elected requesting directly from our overseeing body that that's what they choose, if that makes sense. So I like this verbiage. I think that we should change it to the verbiage we have now.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? From what I gathered from the conversation is letter of support for the student court to hold a special election. Yes, okay. So since we're on the amendment to the motion, it requires a 2/3 majority vote in the Senate. All those in favor? Oh, are we ready to vote? Are all those in favor, please raise your placards.
And this is just the amendment.
Isn't this a motion to add it to the agenda?
No, this is the motion to change the verbiage of what we're motioning to add to the agenda.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. And then all those abstaining, please raise your placards. 6. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment has been adopted.
Point of order, anyone who was involved directly on what would be being reconsidered. This part, since we're just motioning to put it on the agenda, you could get away with voting on if it is put on the agenda and we are motioning to send that letter. Nobody who was on one of those executive tickets should vote. Just to put that out there. So right now, it's probably kosher because we're just motioning to put it on the agenda to consider. You should not vote if it does get added to the agenda, just so that you avoid another student court case. I just have dinner. I was at the honors symposium.
So the question to the student senate is a motion to have the letter of support for student court to hold a special election. Should this motion be added on the first item of new business? Is there any discussion? Senator Benitez?
For the secret ballot stuff, whatever you run this on the agenda or after the fact?
Senator Freshman Hardy?
Point of clarification, I think that what Senator Piper was suggesting is if this is put on the agenda, the actual vote for the motion probably should be a secret ballot, which, all right. Oh, my bad. I think what Senator Piper was saying is if this is put on the agenda, that should be a secret ballot. I don't think it needs to be a secret ballot to just put it on the agenda because people might be of the opinion that we should talk about it as a motion, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily in support of what the motion would be for.
Senator Meister?
And just a signpost for those here and in the audience, we are not voting on whether or not we support this right now. We're voting on getting it on the agenda so we can talk about it. So voting for it will mean it just comes on the agenda for us to consider in our business.
Senator Piper?
Yeah, I just would say, yes, what I was saying for secret ballot was when it's on the agenda and we're actively voting for it, that's what I meant.
Word period.
Senator Lopez Varela?
At this point. Question, if we were to do a secret ballot, would it be with this student body, would it be the
No, it would
next?
be right now. It would be like today with pieces of paper right now.
Okay, I get it now, thank you.
Senator Calaton Palacios?
This may be like a dumb question, but is there a letter like kind of already formatted or like a statement or something already formatted from the person who requested this to get done? Brian, do
Yes.
you already have something formatted?
No.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on the motion to be added on the agenda?
swear it doesn't usually take this.
I know, I'm in there last semester.
Is there a second on the, oh wait, are we ready to do this? Actually, sorry.
Yeah, we're
So
ready to vote.
now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
We're putting it on the agenda.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. And then all those opposed, please raise your placards. And then all those abstaining, please raise your placards. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion is adopted.
Point of information. It's a point of clarification.
Mr. Gomez.
Will this motion or this letter require a 2/3 vote, or is it the simple majority? Yeah.
From, it will require a simple majority. Now we're on to a period discussion on the overall agenda. Senator Meister,
Close it out.
close it out. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Okay, 15, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. In the opinion of the chair, the agenda has been adopted.
Oh, next. This was just for the full. Isn't it? I would, yes.
Our next item of business is open forum. Is there anyone here for open forum?
Sorry.
So let's do, let's do the community first.
I was gonna say senators should be last because we do get a speaking turn during.
For all the community members, please just form.
Let's go.
What if we number off? What if we number off 700? All right?
I'll go first. You're making up, take a number, I like.
Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As long as I'm not first.
7, 8, 9.
It's recorded.
I don't need.
Wow.
I don't know how many of them.
There was the last pages.
Number, just remember your number.
Our members are speaking for open forum. You have 10 minutes to speak to the student senate. And then please take the floor.
No, I am.
Better eat.
Hello, I'm actually speaking on the 504 resolution that got passed 3 weeks ago. I know I said I was gonna send out an email about the letter delivery. I am doing that in person. It is going to be next Wednesday. If anybody is interested in attending, please send me an email at UNO@DA. I did send an email to all senators and directors. There will be 2 offices in Lincoln that we'll be driving to. If anybody needs a ride, I can give rides. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Hello.
My name is Elahi Pearson, and Sandwich Club will be having its final meeting of the semester on May 14th. That is finals week. If you can bring non-selective food, you're completely free to bring your own food. We will be voting on our elections there because as a bit silly in writing our election rules. But I guess, does anybody have any questions about Sandwich Club? Sure.
Preferred type of sandwich.
Are you asking my preferred type of sandwich?
Yeah, like if you had a go-to, if you could create the perfect sandwich for tonight while you're watching the set, what would you?
I'd have to choose my dad's favorite sandwich for Ruben.
Okay.
So a nice Omaha classic.
We can give that snaps.
My name is Elahi Pearson. I'm also here to talk about the divestment bill that's supposed to be proposed here later tonight. UNO currently has $9 million invested in weapons manufacturers. We could argue about profit. Historically, these investments make some profit if you ignore the markets in the past year. These companies make money on the American taxpayer. On average, the American taxpayer pays over $5,000 per year towards the defense budget, with the criminal amount of that money being funneled into defense contractors. In the first year of the war in Gaza, the US gave Israel about $450,000 for every civilian killed. And under the Trump administration, we're only sending more money and weapons from the taxpayers' pockets and creating business for weapons manufacturers. But business is good, right? For every few thousand people we kill, our tuition gets a few cents cheaper from the money UNO invests. With our weapons and investments, we have imposed dictators across Latin America and the Middle East and contributed to the deaths of millions in Vietnam, Cambodia, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, etc., and tens of millions of other people through other wars and the sales of weapons that make their way to Russia, Myanmar, the RSF in Sudan, and terrorists around the world. Yes, the Taliban uses weapons and training supplied by the US and the companies that we invest in. Yes, there was a genocide in Guatemala by a government funded and trained specifically by the US and Israeli governments. But why does UNO care? We didn't kill anyone. Why should we be held responsible for manufacturing the tools of war and genocide if other people want to use them? Hundreds of thousands, millions shot, bombed, burned, starved within my lifetime. But at least my tuition is $1 cheaper. Surely that's a good business opportunity. My name is Elahi Pearson, and I'd like to express my dismay at the results of the grievance hearing this Tuesday. The Election Commission decided that Carlos created an unfair environment for the election based on a private conversation before any candidates had been announced, which makes it irrelevant to the commission. In addition, saying not to trust somebody is not libel. Anyone here in pre-law should know that, although the Election Commission appears not to. But based on this irrelevant evidence, they've dismissed hundreds of votes submitted by students. The Election Commission ignored other grievances despite their impact, including an agency openly endorsing Unify for more than 8 hours, and a faculty member endorsing them in an email to 400 students. Does the impact of these actions not have any weight? There is still zero evidence that anyone in the torch said anything negative about any Unify candidates during the election season. Most of what they have are anonymous messages that they haven't yet convinced us are not from within Unify. If anyone created an environment in which Unify looked bad, I believe it was Unify themselves. Declaring that you're collaborating with Sodexo makes you look bad. Attacking a student for defending her work on your profile makes you look bad. Lying about knowing who Maylee Atkins is makes you look bad. By making up evidence and blaming the entire environment of the elections on Carlos, Unify UNO completely ignores the fact that they contribute to the environment too, and the fact that students can come up with opinions and judgments on their own. Speaking to Unify themselves, are you going to speak out when administration tries to end SGA's DEIA committee? Are you going to speak out when administration allows ICE on campus? Are you going to speak out when I'm suspended because the manner of which I asked a question is intimidating to the director of the Schwab Center? Are you going to humor Sierra when she tells ISS to ban flags from the International Banquet's performances? Are you going to humor her when she gives advice to the vice president to make open forum less emotional? To Aditi, I hope that you're getting your fair share of the credit for going above and beyond with the amount of work that you did. Gio, you're one of the most charismatic people I've ever seen. I don't know where you were this whole election season, but you'll make a heck of a lawyer. Drew, it looks like you haven't taken a hint from being told that you look like a white savior figure. Since you seem to not value feedback, I won't tell you what you look like now. Thank you for your time. All hail the sandwich.
Number 3.
Oh, I think, SJP is going first.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Could those of you in open forum fill out that paper that Ashani left over there with your names? That'd be great.
Paper.
It's over here.
Right.
And
here.
Can you hear me?
Can I do it at the end?
There, pen.
I.
You know.
Well, you know, I should speak this.
You take charge.
What's going in? What?
SJP is going and then it's back to the regular schedule.
Oh, okay.
Will, can you hear me?
That's 15.
Students were just in Palestine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm 6'1", honey.
Yeah. I recognize it in the name.
I guess you are sleeping. 5 inches.
It's actually not that.
Hello?
You check your output real quick. You were right on it. Go back to audio.
Hello?
Go back to the audio button.
Far left.
Okay, what are your speakers? Yeah, I thought
Hello?
Yay! Turn them up, turn them up.
Y'all can hear me now?
I think it's like earlier.
It is the computer speaker.
Yeah,
So you're gonna have to turn it all the way up. Right?
Okay.
Sorry.
It's the Zoom speaker.
Yeah, that's
The Creston, so change it from Creston.
Yeah.
Click on that.
Well, go back to the volume and then click on the thing that, no, the volume, right? And then, right, click on that.
Assume government position specifically for ISD.
Yeah.
Can we get like an IST coordinator?
It's great. I think that's the next director you should have. He's an IT.
It's that one, yeah. Change it to the real tech.
Yeah, and then set that to 100.
It'll be really good.
What
Right.
what about now?
Hello?
Yay!
Hello? All right. Okay, excellent. Well, so everybody can hear me now. Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Good evening. My name is Will Aguiles. I'm for over 20 years. I've been a professor of political science at UNK, and thank you for allowing me to invade your student government space there at UNO. I speak today in support of the divestment resolution that you are considering tonight. I speak for myself and not for the Department of Political Science at UNK or for my campus. I believe the resolution merits your support for the ongoing violations of human rights that are taking place in Gaza and in the West Bank. As many of you know, since October 7th, 2023, Israeli forces have been responsible for at least 48,000 direct deaths of Palestinians and over 180,000 indirect deaths in the Gaza Strip, and displaced approximately 2 million people in these areas. The vast majority of these deaths have been of women and children, not armed militants of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. Just within the past month, we have learned of an Israeli massacre of a group of Palestinian medical workers who were buried in a mass grave in an effort to cover up this crime. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories has concluded that, quote, Israel's conduct aiming to ethnically cleanse the land between the river to the sea amounts to a genocidal campaign to erase Palestinians as a people, and that, quote, the international community must uphold its obligation to protect Palestinians from annihilation, and that the world must enforce the International Court of Justice's opinion to impose binding measures on Israel to prevent the commission of genocide in Gaza. In fact, the International Criminal Court, those who might be aware of this, right now has an arrest warrant for Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel for his responsibility in committing the war crimes of starvation as a method of warfare and of intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population, and the crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts. On April 7th of this year, another UN human rights report concluded that, quote, we are witnessing the destruction of Palestinian life. If they are not killed by bombs or bullets, they slowly suffocate for lack of basic means of survival. The only difference is the means and speed of death, unquote. And that's from a recent UN human rights report just 2 weeks ago. From my vantage point, I feel we should all ask ourselves, how can the University of Nebraska retain any link to this ongoing genocide, investing university resources, our foundation funds, into companies selling weapons to the Israeli state? Should not our institution make clear that profiting from these crimes against humanity is immoral and should stop? What do I, as an employee, or you as students gain from our institution having any connection to this war against an unarmed civilian population? A war that is so in conflict with UNO's role, mission, and values, as well as the role, mission, and values of my campus and of the system as a whole. Your support for this resolution will make clear to our university leaders that at least the students of UNO take serious the values and mission of your institution and are willing to take action to uphold them. I think it's incredible that you're considering this resolution at all, and it's a credit to all of you to consider it. I urge you all to support this resolution and demand that UNO divest from weapons manufacturers selling weapons and providing military aid to Israel, in addition to other companies that maintain the occupation of Palestine. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
AP exec, you're allowed to speak.
Hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Hello, good evening all. I appreciate your time. Please let me know if you guys cannot hear me. And so I appreciate your time and your work in the Student Senate. We find your work incredibly important and impactful, which is why we are here today. I am a representative from the Students for Justice in Palestine at the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. I am here to speak about the divestment resolution, SR 24-25-028, the resolution to demand the University of Nebraska at Omaha divestment from companies complicit in the Israeli occupation of Palestine. First, you may ask, why does this resolution concern a student organization in an entirely different university? That's a great question, and I'll explain a little more in depth, but really the main point to get across is that the University of Nebraska system includes all 4 universities, including University of Nebraska Lincoln, as well as UNO, UNK, UNMC. So the investments and endowments that I will be speaking about and inform you all about are something of concern to quite literally every single student of the University of Nebraska system. Additionally, state-funded universities are also a concern for all residents of Nebraska, considering the tax dollars contribute to the sustaining of our higher education institutions. Now, to begin, it's important to understand context. So I would hope that all senators find the International Court of Justice, the United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the Lancet Medical Journal to be credible sources. These are sources that are cited in the resolution itself, and what I just listed are impartial organizations. They are institutions. Some are nonprofit, some are peer-reviewed, but all of them know quite a bit about human rights and about the subject that they are talking about. It is without a doubt that Israel as an entity, as a state, is violating countless international laws, committing war crimes and is entirely behind the mass killing and genocide of over 186,000 Palestinians and the displacement of over 1 to 2 million Palestinians, in addition to its already existing apartheid state and daily discrimination of Palestinians since Israel's existence that was founded in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 1948. There is a lot of information to consume, but what is most important is to understand that universities have no place in making investments that are responsible for the death and destruction of entire cities, homes, hospitals, schools, and universities. To keep it frank and clear, American universities should not be stakeholders to war that is across the globe. Students for Justice in Palestine is an organization focused on informative advocacy for the Palestinian movement for liberation on campus. And here at UNL, we focus on divestment. Divestment is simply the withdrawal of investments. It's the opposite of investment. Divestment is not a new concept. We have seen it when universities divested from apartheid in South Africa. And we have seen it here in Nebraska when the University of Nebraska system decided to divest from some energy companies that contributed a lot of fossil fuels and are very harmful for the environment. So before anyone says that it is a wild concept or something foreign, no, it has been done before and has been done in Nebraska. The fossil fuel divestment movement originated in 2021, and the final divestment phase is this year, actually. So it's happening literally right now. Additionally, other universities in America have started to take actions and steps to divest from weapons manufacturers. So again, not foreign at all. In fact, it is pretty American university-like to divest. We have been in meetings with administration, and the university has disclosed that the University of Nebraska system invests over $9 million in the top 100 weapons manufacturers. This disclosure is written and documented, and it was attached by the vice president of the UNO student government in an email that was sent to all senators at 1:55 p.m. today. In addition to an email that mentions the list that was used to screen the current endowments that the university has. So in your emails, you all have access to a document that explicitly states that there is $9 million in these top 100 weapons manufacturers. In case you don't understand how exposure lists look like, on the right of that document, it says SIPRI, which is the acronym for Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And they have a list of top arms weapons manufacturers, arms producing companies in the world, which include notorious weapons manufacturers whose bullets are found in the bones and spines of Palestinian children. On the right, there is a value, the bottom, $9,356,974, and that is the total amount of money that is invested in companies listed by SIPRI, S-I-P-R-I. Again, that's the list of the top 100 weapons manufacturers. This is 2.2% of the endowment portfolio, so without a doubt, there are investments in weapons manufacturers. Let's get to know some of these weapons manufacturers. Who are these companies? Some of them are Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and General Dynamics. These are one of the largest ones out of the whole list. And they manufacture multiple weapon systems that are routinely used in war crimes against Palestinian civilians. And they also produce surveillance technology used in the US-Mexico border and immigrant communities. So Lockheed Martin, for example, since the 1970s, the F-16, which are aircrafts that have been in the Israeli Air Force's most important, which are aircrafts that has been the Israel's Air Force most important fighter jet and has been used by the Israeli military in all major assaults on Gaza. Particularly in 2021, it was documented to be used to bomb residential buildings and offices of news organizations, including AP and Al Jazeera. In regards to Boeing, the Israeli military routinely uses Boeing GBU-39 small diameter bombs and larger GBU-31, 32, 38 bombs equipped with Boeing Joint Direct Attack munition kits in its assaults on Gaza. Boeing's kits convert unguided air-to-ground bombs into so-called guided, quote, smart bombs. Despite this increased precision, their usage results in the killing of numerous civilians, prompting human rights organizations to conclude that at least some of these civilians were deliberately targeted. As for General Dynamics, unfortunately, there is a General Dynamics that is located 10 minutes away from the UNL campus, and General Dynamics creates these MK-84 2,000-pound bombs that have been used extensively by the Israeli Air Force during its frequent assaults on Gaza, including in 2021. and other war crimes in 2014. And in 2015, the UN Commission of Inquiry that investigated the 2014 attack on Gaza warned that the use of Mk-84 bombs in highly populated areas would likely, quote, constitute a violation of the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks. And more recently, a global public health study shows that since 2023, Israel airdropped these 2,000-pound bombs within ranges of hospitals in Gaza. And according to an assistant professor at the University of Central Florida, Yara Asi, this study supports emerging evidence that the Israeli military has disregarded the protection of hospitals mandated by international humanitarian law through the systematic pattern of dropping massive M84 bombs close enough to hospitals to knowingly cause significant damage, injury, and death. The damage to hospitals due to these and other munitions will have immediate and long-term effects on the health of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. From these examples, you can see that these war crimes have existed for decades, and most notably within the past year. Now I am speaking to you as a student, not as the organization. I have personally spoke with Nurse Wilhelmi Masai, who has provided healthcare in Gaza during the past year. And he literally has possession of the bullets that were made in America with him that he and other healthcare workers collected from the bodies of Palestinians in Gaza. And these are bullets that are literally being sent to human rights institutions for investigation of war crimes and such. I am also speaking to you as a witness to an Israeli soldier pointing his certainly American-made gun at my mother when I was 8 years old. And I am also speaking to you as a student knowing that all universities in Gaza have been destroyed by Israel. Experts like Noam Perry from the American Friends Service Committee, who specializes in divestment, who has also been present in our meetings with administration, and scholars all know and have been saying the same thing, that this oppression is not possible without the arms that America produces. This oppression is not possible without the weapons manufacturers that our universities themselves invest in and have contracts with. And this is a reminder that students are the university. Over 186,000 Palestinians have been killed, over 1 million displaced, and the horror is completely indescribable, but students and other individuals associated with the university have a role. It is to either maintain the status quo and support the oppression, or to challenge oppression, to challenge genocide, and to campaign for the university to divest from death. It is important that the elected student regent advocates for divestment, and it is important that you as a student senator vote yes for divestment. Thank you.
Yeah. Kevin. Senator Meester. Just wanted to note, I'm just gonna speak up because the mic's gonna take a second. It looks like we're gonna run the clock on open forum before everyone can speak. Motion to extend to allow as many speakers as present, the 10-minute allotted time, to make sure that we can hear everyone who's present today.
Is there a second on the motion? Senator Ringel, is there any discussion on the motion? Senator Meester?
This is the last opportunity during this Senate session for students to speak before us. We should provide time and run the clock throughout the night to make sure we can hear everyone speak.
Direct them to enough time for them to do.
Yes, so essentially they will be provided an unlimited open forum time, but 10-minute limits. We can extend those limits if needed, but we should allow each student who's come to speak. If at a later time we need to amend and close that for some other reason, we can do it, but for now, let's just open it up. It has a time cap, so.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Senator Hirschman Hardy?
My only request with that would be if there are any senators who are going to speak, that we be very cognizant of the amount of time we're speaking, because we will have the opportunity to speak during any other resolution or motion or anything like that. That doesn't go for the students. This is your time to speak. Do what you gotta do. But if any of us want to speak, please just be mindful of the fact that we all get to keep talking the rest of the night.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Meester?
If you need more time, tap somebody on the shoulder and let them know, and we can extend your time as you're getting towards the end. I know we had to put in the chat for the previous speaker that we were at a minute. Don't let that minute deter you from saying what you need to say. We can extend it if you need.
Is there any further discussion? Since there's no further discussion, now we're on to your period of voting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The motion is adopted.
Vice President, can we reopen open forum for the previous speaker who had 1 minute further of content they'd like to share with us?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I just want to end this correctly. It is either to maintain the status quo or support the oppression, or to challenge the oppression, to challenge genocide, and to campaign for the university to divest from death. It is incredibly important that the elected student regent advocates for divestment at the Board of Regents and other decision makers who make decisions on where donor money goes to, which is meant for us, not for war crimes. This divestment resolution is not just about ending the funding of weapons manufacturers and genocide. It's also about telling our university and administrators that we are not okay with our university being tied to the destruction of other universities. Thus, I urge you as student senators to vote yes for divestment. Thank you.
Also on Zoom, stay for open forum.
Just be those two.
Hello, everybody. Before I start with my speech, I do want to say, I know that was a lot of information presented to you. I know it was a lot of like numbers, statistics and stuff, but I do really want to emphasize that it is really important to know what they are all saying. It is really important to actually listen to what they're saying and actually really take in on what they're saying, because this is a serious issue and nobody is free until everybody is free, so. Hello, everybody. If you don't know me, my name is Deepa Bilali. I'm a part of the Women Gender Equity Center. I'm a freshman at UNO. I'm also a representative for Students for Justice in Palestine. My parents, they always instilled in me to be successful, to focus on studies, and to excel in my field. Being from a background of poverty, their struggles were rooted in a lack of access to fundamental resources such as healthcare, education, and even at times food and water. So ultimately, their main focus, which they passed down to me, was survival. To survive the system that we were born in, this meant that, and even to this day, they didn't want me to be too radical or vocal about injustice in the system out of concern that it would hinder my success. While I understand their perspective, and I understand that this came out of their care and protection, I always knew that this mindset is not where my spirit stood. There were a couple of times in high school, I admit, where, despite my parents' warning, I would be passionately outspoken about behavior or policy that did not sit right with me. And each time my parents found out, I'd be disciplined and lectured over and over again, sent to the principal's office, and reached out through phone calls to home, just for me to speak up again for another thing at another time. I say this because I want to emphasize that I understand you as student government senators, you as student government executive. Unfortunately, in the system that we live in, the people who have power find themselves having to choose between their morals and retaining the power that they have. From suggesting to certain agencies to not come to certain Board of Regents meetings because it would, quote, make you look bad, to stating you care about passing down your legacy of improving mental health on campus when you frequently talk unproductively and negatively about people you interact with on a regular basis, to the lack of participation and attentiveness towards one's duties and roles in student government, to being one's in the sense of the university, to basing one's political decisions in the base of the university on personal connections and affiliations rather than equitable and fair standards, to using such personal connections in unethical ways to up their game, to even revoking a resolution that was passed with a fair majority approval regarding the resolution of a corrupt UNO dean right before it hit the Board of Regents' desk. It is clear as day that student government has fallen under this issue quite severely, and what's even more clear is the damaging impact that this has on fellow students, especially those who are of marginalized identities. I want to remind everybody that whether you are a senator or an executive member or an agency director or a board member, your first priority is not keeping your position. It is not building your resume. It is not adhering to people in power. It is not backing up your friends. It is not even helping your friends get farther in the system. Your first priority is the student body. That is what we are here for, and that is what you agreed on when you took up this role. To not only stay true to yourself, but to actively fight for what you believe in is a responsibility, and I would even argue a requirement that you have as a member of student government. Student government is not just a tool to use to make you look good, to make you look involved, to make you look better for the higher ups and bosses and people of power. It is an organization that has serious effects on the state of UNO and its students. To everybody here, and especially any new senators who might be watching, surviving the system does not just mean abandoning yourself, it means abandoning your people that you took on representing once you got this role. Be aware of this issue that has plagued UNO student government. Be the change. Do what is right, even if it means being uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. And don't be afraid to be radical, that the situation truly needs it. Instead of surviving the system, we should be abolishing it, resisting it, and breaking free from it. I can assure you that choosing your morals and frequently fighting for them is much more valuable and successful than damping who you are. Authenticity is resistance. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Aziria. I'm a board member with QTS. I'm not totally in the know about the issues with Torch or Unifying. My vote goes to Torch, but I care really only whether the student government is a representative of the UNO populace, and I care whether or not their representation of the UNO populace is accurate. I really only care whether or not the election that was held is fair. Your ruling is absurd. You ruled to invalidate Torch's ticket, and because of that, Unify now runs unopposed. If nothing changes, they will win by default. Effectively, you forcibly elected Unify, and in doing so, invalidated every vote that was cast. You've spit on the democracy this election was supposed to be based on. The student government's goal is to represent the UNO student populace, and you are not representing the populace like this. I demand that student government redo this entire election to ensure that it is fair and the populace is fairly represented. Thank you. Just sign my name here. Preferred name or legal?
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nora Alster. I'm here for two reasons. First thing, what the fuck just happened with that election? Why was a democratic process overturned by default? The results weren't released. What happened? Student government claims to represent, and student government claims to represent, and the student body. Why did they suddenly decide, oh, a ticket's invalidated? This is authoritarian nonsense, and I urge student government I urge student senate and then to vote in favor of the letter of support or for a special election that was added to the agenda here. Second deal of order. I urge the student senate and to vote in favor of divestment from Israeli companies complicit in the genocide. Not even complicit, actively contributing to the genocide in Palestine. Caterpillar, Boeing, General Dynamics. The NU system has invested $9 million into death and destruction. I urge student government here to vote in favor of the student senate to vote in favor of the resolution as to be discussed here on the agenda. I yield my time.
Hello. My name is Iman Pearson. I am a freshman here. And first thing I'd like to talk about is the election. I would like to begin by acknowledging that I was a part of the Torches canvassing team during this campaign. I was not told to be here by anybody, and I made this decision to testify completely on my own. Because as a student, I have the right to vote for who I believe in, and I'm of the strong opinion that every vote cast in this election was cast in good faith and should not be invalidated due to baseless claims driven by personal feelings and beef. I am testifying as a member of this general student body that voted in this election and cares about the future of UNO student government and the impact it has on the student body. I voted for the Torch not only because Carlos, Rosie, and Amir are dear friends of mine, but because I believe in what they stand for as leaders on our campus. When I heard about what happened during the grievance hearing, the evidence put forward, and the decision made by the Election Commission, I felt angry and I felt hurt. I still feel angry and hurt, and feel that Unify's claims are untrustworthy. In my opinion, and as I said while I was canvassing, Carlos, Rosie, and Amir are some of the most genuine people you will ever meet. On the other hand, based on the fact that Unify was not truthful about their spam accounts during the grievance hearing, I cannot say the same about the Unify ticket. And I do not say this lightly because I do not consider myself to be a person that makes judgments about people I don't know. I believe that a willingness to lie says a lot about a person, let alone lying in a student court hearing. A public apology does not feel adequate in this situation. I believe that an apology means nothing without changed behavior, and I do not trust these individuals to change their behavior in a genuine way. They have not earned my trust, and any trust I had in them before has been lost. Unify's behavior before, during, and after this election was and is immature, inappropriate, and disappointing, considering that these are 3 grown adults that should be able to conduct themselves with emotional maturity. As a student at this university, I want my representatives in student government to demonstrate integrity and honesty as well as good sportsmanship. I hold myself to these standards, I hold my friends and family to these standards, and I believe anything else would be a terrible look for student government and the university as a whole. I do not believe that these individuals meet these standards in any way, and I'm disappointed that this is the way our supposedly fair and equal student election turned out. Furthermore, invalidating the Torch based on comments made during private conversations months before anyone announced they were running is, to be honest, far too extreme. The students that voted for the Torch, including me, voted in a fair election. We did not vote based on any personal feelings, which I can testify to given I canvassed right next to Carlos and never heard him air any hard feelings towards Unify. I do not care how Unify prepared for canvassing, and I don't know, but in the Torch's canvassing strategy meeting, we were explicitly told not to claim anything that was based on personal beef or drama. Any reasonable person would know that diplomacy is key in any fair election, and the Torch was nothing but diplomatic. While I do know that the Torch had some anxiety about the whole campaign and were upset by the grievance, they didn't let those feelings keep them from maintaining composure and good sportsmanship. They defended themselves with honor and concrete facts, and I'm sure that if they had lost the election, they would have let the vote speak for themselves rather than make baseless claims about their opponent. Due to these reasons, I urge the Election Commission to invalidate the Unified ticket, reverse the grievance decision, and go for a special election. Thank you. How much time do I have?
Oh, you're given unlimited time.
Oh, okay.
No, it's unlimited open forum, limited time per person.
Okay. Okay, I would also like to say that I'm here also as SJP representative. This is just my personal statement about the election. I have some written testimonies from people who could not be here tonight. And so if it's okay, I'm going to use the rest of my time to read some of these testimonies. And then we'll get back in line. We'll come back if you guys will allow it.
Senator Meister, do you feel like you'll need more than 6 minutes?
Yes.
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
Is there a second to motion to extend for 10 minutes? Senator Benitez. Senator Hirschman Hardy.
I would like to, but I think that maybe your idea of getting back in the line just assures that we get through everyone in case there's somebody in line who does have other time commitments.
Because we also have some other community members that are speaking on the same point.
Right, so I wanna hear it and I wanna extend your time, but I think I prefer the idea of the getting back in line, which they had offered, simply because that will make sure that if there's anyone who's waiting right now who has a time commitment, that we're not accidentally creating inequity by making them wait longer, if that makes sense.
Agree, and before I withdraw the motion, if for any reason you leave, you can also deposit them with the Senate and it can be reflected in the minutes. So
The motion withdrawn, so we're all.
Okay. For the YouTube haters, this is a script, and you can write a script for the pages. Haters. Anyways. Students for Justice in Palestine at the University of Lincoln, in collaboration with Students for Justice in Palestine at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, began collecting statements from alumni, students, and faculty, which I will be reading. I would like to preface before reading out the statements that these are statements that have not been altered by SJP in any way. Moreover, there are non-UNO affiliated statements as well. We decided to include these because the investments made by the University for Nebraska system covers all 4 universities, UNL, UNO, UNMC, and UNK. Additionally, state-funded university stakeholders include taxpayers that reside in Nebraska. Thus, we find it appropriate to include non-UNO folks in this conversation, as it does concern them whether they are from another university or are a resident of the state. Additionally, we wanted to clarify that we understand as student senators that you did not decide to make these investments. We know that the University of Nebraska system's endowments decisions are not made by you. However, as student senators, it is important that you hold our institutions accountable and demand that the University of Nebraska system to end its endowments, and that you reflect the student demand for divestment, that you hear student, faculty, alumni voices and consider them. The frustration that these letters have is frustration with the current endowments. We want to emphasize what this resolution is demanding is that the Board of Regents in the University of Nebraska system, as well as the foundation, change their investment policies, adding ethics in their criteria and decisions in order to divest from companies complicit in war crimes. That is unethical to profit from the destruction of human life and universities. One more thing, many are anonymous due to fear of doxing and for their safety, as you can imagine, that are literal students being advocated by ICE for supporting human rights and exercising First Amendment rights. Moreover, the demand from this resolution is for the UNO student regent to advocate for divestment in collaboration with SJPs. This way, we are one step closer to achieving divestment, one step closer to benefiting humanity as a whole. Anyone have a time back?
Yeah, you have 3.5 minutes.
Okay. This is an anonymous UNMC student. I'm a very non-traditional student. I am older than most in my cohort. I have kids, I have a home. Like my peers, I have deep ties to my community and a desire to do good. My care for the community is wider than Nebraska. It extends to the rest of the country and the rest of the world. I make almost daily choices about where I will and will not spend my money. I choose companies that align with my beliefs, care for the environment, don't restrict women's healthcare, love is love, etc. There are thousands of others like me that have made these same choices. It doesn't save money. In fact, many of the choices I make cost me more than some alternatives. I choose them because my convictions mean more to me than those extra dollars. Sure, there are dollars I could pay for another dance class or a vacation for my family, but it's worth giving up. I would encourage the University of Nebraska system and the foundation to do the same. You state your core values are excellence, engagement, discovery, integrity, and a commitment to DEI. How can you say that while profiting off companies that manufacture weapons that tear bodies apart? How can you educate the healthcare providers of tomorrow while giving the message that weapons have any place in this world, let alone ones being provided to kill women and children? By supporting these businesses through their stocks, you're writing our names on every bullet that takes an innocent life. I implore the foundation to divest. I understand we are in volatile times with policies and markets constantly in flux. The potential for financial gains through weapon manufacturers should have never been on the table if you're to truly practice what you preach. Set the example, remove support, divest. It is the right thing to do as a human, American, and Nebraskan. Time back.
Oh, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. This is another anonymous person, former student whose husband is an alumni. Divest from all weapons and surveillance tech companies now. Don't you think it's a bit hypocritical to both educate the future generation of our world with hope of a bright future and support the creation of weapons and systems that are currently destroying and will continually destroy the very world into which you are sending the future generation? Don't you think it's a bit unethical to be killing life on our planet for the sake of maintaining academia's superiority complex? How could you even possibly excuse these disastrous investments due to the dwindling future of higher education as we know it, upon the core traces of scholasticidal, ecocidal, genocidal, authoritarian climate disaster? What are your values? Where are your values? These are not apparent. Please work to make them so. Divest from all companies perpetrating the military mass slaughtering industrial complex. Time check?
1 minute and 9 seconds.
Okay. I'll do one more. A statement by Kayla Mann, parent whose children may attend UNO or UNL or UNMC or UNK someday. As a parent, I am extremely concerned and disappointed to know that our Nebraska schools are invested in war. Educational institutions should not be invested in weapons manufacturing companies that are actively partly responsible for destroying the infrastructure needed for children and young adults to learn. How can I trust that the University of Nebraska system will properly educate my children if those leading the university are unable to comprehend how these investments contribute to apartheid and genocide? Furthermore, how can I expect the university to prioritize the education and safety of our future scholars while it profits off the obliterated bodies and buildings in Gaza? And I'll get back in line. Thank you.
Oh, goodness gracious, that's nasty. I'm Lawrence Wilson II. I am the Director of Career Transgender Services, but I am making the statement as a student, as a student purely. First, I want to say with the tension in this room barely concealed, I want to make this statement on my own behalf as a student. Generally, this whole election was fundamentally embarrassing for everyone involved. From the current exec to the two tickets, well, what in reality. The grievance hearing was fun to watch as everyone smelled that I bought popcorn to the hearing because I was primarily present to witness unify why they wanted to invalidate 50 student votes at a minimum and hear out the evidence against the charge. Regarding the election commission's decision, I don't like it personally, as the idea that Carlos in the torch watching environment to cause Unify to lose isn't as strong as y'all think it was, but as the election commission said, this isn't the court of law. As for my experience, the rumors to defund the agencies was solely placed on Kathy Pettit, a girl, way before Drew was even in student government during the summer. Now, regarding Unified specifically, I don't care that they thought it was within the character to invalidate 50 student votes. The fact that that even may not pass the rough draft is honestly embarrassing. It ought to send a shiver down the incoming senator's spine as they want to initially validate the votes that the constituents want to represent. But after the Gateway article and my statement, they probably had some come to Jesus moment saying, maybe we should invite student voices who we want to represent. Also, I do have a personal gripe about the explanation that they just figured the 5% figure. At least cite some research on the effect of disinformation on the elections and pull from that. Like, at least put some more damn effort into fucking up the student body. Jesus. And quite frankly, I thought the three of you were smarter than that, quite frankly. After Unified votes their statement apologizing to the student body for requesting something so stupid, I will make sure to physically print it out and put it in the UNO archives along with the grievance and grievance filing into evidence that any future student government exec should take this as a prime example of what not to do. And my final words to Unify. Congratulations on doing the bare minimum and changing your mind about the grievance hearing. Outside of wanting to invalidate 50 votes, I have no ill will to anyone on a ticket. I even like ID as VP, but Madam President Rye sounds better to me. Regarding Nate's statement about no one trusting Drew, I was gagged, wig gone. I almost choked on popcorn kernel. But personally, I can say I have no positive or negative feelings to you at all. For me, in reality, you're just some coworker/colleague at most. Outside of voting thing, you haven't done anything to offend me personally. Everyone's catching strays. Regarding the torch, even though I disagree with the ruling at hand, I still find it suspect some of the evidence presented. However, I won't harbor ill intent to the torch ticket members, just a small amount of skepticism with interactions with Elise Carlos. Regarding current exec, Okay, let me get this clear, straightforward. At least this iteration of student government exec, even if I say all the rumors and spill the tea, everyone will deny that they're involved, even though they're spoken it to me. So we'll be addressing it. However, the effect of all this is this grievance. The fact there were constant rumors and tea under the current exec watch is disgraceful to SGA as an institution. This grievance is a symptom of exec failing to uphold the respectability of SGA as a whole, and I hope this idiotic experience informs the next iteration exec. TLDR, the grievance tea is piping but embarrassing for all involved. Finally, I want to call for the student senate to add an IT person.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So my name is Ilya Lovektov. I am not a student, I am an alumni. I graduated from UNO in 2010 with a degree in music and in 2015 again with a degree in engineering. And I would like to speak about the divestment resolution. So I'm going to say I'm in support of the divestment resolution. So I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, which is the largest Jewish anti-Zionist organization in the world. Jewish anti-Zionist means we're Jewish, and anti-Zionist means we oppose the existence of a state where we are superior to anybody else. So the way Israel works, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm sure you all know, but just to make it really clear, I can move to Israel and become a citizen and get a settlement, or get a subsidized house in a settlement in the West Bank and join the IDF and do all the things. And any country like that that exists will inevitably genocide the native people. And so any company that is participating in that university has investments in, it should divest, period. I'm also an organizer and co-founder of a local branch of Jewish Voice for Peace, Jewish Voice for Peace Eastern Nebraska. So we're in Nebraska now. If you're interested in that, come talk to me later. I wanted to offer some words of support for Students for Justice in Palestine. I'm really proud of the work they did, researching the university's investments and then getting guys to vote on a divestment resolution. I think that's great. Keep up the good work. The reason that divestment is important, the financial hit is not nothing. However, the big hit is delegitimization. So what happens to South Africa is everybody, the anti-divestment campaign there made it so nobody wanted to do business with them. Apartheid became known as the dirty thing that it is. And same thing will happen to Israel. It will be known by everyone. It always is, except for some people in power that are in denial. It is very dirty business. It needs to stop. And once it loses that legitimacy, that's good. Now, the other thing is to make that divestment, make it public, tell people, have the university tell people that they're divesting from anything that's complicit in Israeli occupation. I want to make one more note about democratic process. I'm very proud of all of you for participating in student government and participating in any kind of governance democratic process. But I want to plant a seed in your mind. It sounds like there was a very contentious election, and it sounds like there was some, let's say, shenanigans that got some people excluded. And some of you are rightly very upset about that, and you should be, and I'm glad that you're doing something about it. I want to plant the seed in your mind. I'm a Jewish socialist, right? So socialism is much more radically democratic than any kind of representative republic or representative democracy. Participate in all the decision-making things you can. And when you get an inch, ask for more, ask for a mile. Get this expectation in yourselves that you should have a participation in any democratic process, anything that you're a part of that you're affected by, you should be like directly participating in making those decisions. There should not be gatekeepers. Democracy is not a spectator sport. It is not a, it's not you're not just voting for people and then expecting them to represent you, and then they don't represent you. You have to be there and participate directly. Last note on the university having investments as a whole, capitalism is a thing, so absolutely divest from anything that supports Israel. But also consider whether the university should have investments in anything, whether there should be companies being invested in, because then people with money end up having all the control over everything, and then you guys lose the control. So just consider those things. I'm really proud of you. Thank you for letting me speak. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Sharon Conlon, and I'm an alumni from 1983. I have a major in education with recreation. So I wrote this last night and submitted it, but I thought I might as well read it out loud here. So I wrote it to the university system. I would like the university system to divest from weapons companies. This would align with positive values and human rights. You divested from South Africa in the 80s, tobacco companies in the 90s, and fossil fuels in the 2010s. It's time to step up and divest from these war machine companies who profit from death and destruction. Divestment would have a positive impact on students, knowing you are investing in the best Nebraska values and not undermining the university's integrity by profiting from moral and ethical conflicts around the world. Investment in weapons companies is anti-student as well as anti-future for many young people who bear the brunt of violence. The young lose family. They lose economic potential, they lose their families' livelihoods, they lose their family assets from war and destruction. Nebraska University has many better options for investing. Nebraska nice, make it mean something, and make us proud by divesting from weapons manufacturers.
I come before you all tonight to discuss the spending and investment of UNO, particularly as a facet of the Nebraska university system, along with UNL, UMK, and UNMC. Recently, I was rather surprised to hear that my own university that I attend, besides educating its student body and conducting research, also invests in stocks. This isn't terribly surprising on its own. It's not very conducive to putting our students first, but it's not terribly surprising. What is surprising is to hear that the University of Nebraska system reported half of its fund and endowment holdings, which comes to just shy of 206 million, is invested in the S&P 500. Although I risk stating the obvious by clarifying, this accounts for the top 500 companies in the US stock exchange, which includes war profiteering weapons manufacturers such as Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, and Boeing. The same Lockheed Martin who prides itself on selling bombs dropped on Yemeni children and its $2 trillion taxpayer expense in a failed F-35 fighter jet program. The same General Dynamics who sold the bombs to Israel that leveled block after block of apartment buildings in Beirut, and the same Boeing whose remnants of a joint direct attack munition guidance kit was found in the rubble of a missile strike that killed 22 and wounded 117 in southern Lebanon. These companies are in the stock portfolio of the university that I go to. It may not be only 9 million either. This was just a report from Fund N. Fund A, which holds the rest of the university system's endowment holdings, is valued at $2 billion as of June of last year. They didn't release an investment report on this either. My college university system has given at least 9 million to war profiteers that make trillions off the deaths their weapons cause. Aside from the moral implications of a public university system spending a life-changing amount of money on investing in war profiteers so they can also profit off of war, and aside from the fact that these weapon manufacturers sell to the illegitimate Zionist state of Israel and perpetuate the genocide of the people of Gaza, the current world champion of child amputees, the Nebraska University president, Jeffrey Gold, recently stated earlier this month that budget cuts across every campus and increases to tuition costs are possible due to a budget shortage. If our university is faced with a budget shortage and does not think to pull their at least $9 million out of the stocks of companies bombing children halfway across the country, across the world, and instead places that burden further on students in campus facilities and student agencies, what does that say about our university's leadership? Our own university's chancellor, Joanne Lee, after making the decision to close the Office of Diversity, Equity, Access, and Inclusion, stated that, quote, her priority is to preserve the university and protect the integrity of our operations. How could you possibly try to tell me about integrity while kneeling to the federal government and shutting down safe place for minority students, firing 2 staff positions, allowing someone to defund the other minority student agencies under questionable pretense, and be trying to make money off of genocide by investing stock in war profiteers? How does that resemble integrity in any way? My goal here isn't to stand at the podium and use all my time to complain about the people in charge of UNO and the Nebraska University system, whether warranted or otherwise. But it is to instead advocate for my student senate to vote yes for divestment of UNO's budget on weapons manufacturers. Our university's money being spent on weapons that are being used to commit a genocide and perpetuate a 77-year-long occupation of Palestine by Israel. I make this command with complete disregard to any senator's political beliefs or ideology, because to say that this is an issue of politics is to say that it is up for debate. And I sincerely hope no one on the panel or in this room for that matter is morally compromised enough to attempt debating human rights. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the community that would like to speak?
We'll go to that.
Senator Meister, motion to extend speaker's time for 10 minutes. There, seconded by Senator Hirschman Harding. Is there any discussion? To allow the speaker to continue to speak, we need to extend by 10 minutes. Wanted to make sure that could happen as the speaker waited additional time in line to provide the stories of those who couldn't be there today. Is there any further discussion? There is seeking unanimous consent. Is there any dissent? Senator Cosmopolitan. Is there any dissent? Motion is adopted.
Okay. This is an anonymous UNO alumni and UNMC student. As a future healthcare professional, I'm being trained to protect life, alleviate suffering, and uphold human dignity. Yet it's devastating to know that my university invests millions of weapons manufacturers complicit in war, genocide, and the killing of innocent civilians and children. These investments stand in direct contradiction to the very values I'm wanting to embody. It feels like a betrayal of our mission, our education, and our shared humanity. We cannot stay silent. We must demand divestment and call on our leaders to choose justice, compassion, and ethical responsibility. We have another anonymous UNMC student. I formally request the University of Nebraska system consider a divestment from weapons manufacturers and companies complicit of profiting from genocide and apartheid. Next, we have Doug. I think Doug left, so I'll say what he has written here. You may have seen him in the back. Doug Patterson, he's a UNO alumni. The open and obvious genocide in Gaza by Zionist Jews is one of the greatest crimes committed by both Israel and the United States in their histories. Any university that takes no action to stop this war crime lacks the courage and dignity to be teaching anyone. UNO gave into the Trump anti-DEI purge so quickly that I fear it lacks such courage and dignity and needs to be held accountable. I taught at UNO for nearly 40 years, and I am angry to see the spinelessness of the current administration. Divest from all Israel war stocks and bonds now. Free Palestine. We have an anonymous UNO and UNMC alumni. As a graduate of the University of Nebraska System Clinical Mental Health Program, I share your deep concern regarding the university's investments. My education instilled in me the core values of promoting well-being and alleviating suffering. The immense trauma inflicted upon both Palestinians and Israelis by the violence fueled by these investments stands in direct opposition to these values and the ethical principles of my profession as a mental health therapist. The generational mental health consequences of such widespread trauma are devastating. It is imperative that the University of Nebraska System and Foundation align their financial practices with their stated commitment to human dignity and well-being by divesting from companies profiting from genocide and apartheid. An anonymous UNO student says, "Dear UNO student senators, stop Nebraska from investing into weapons manufacturers that support the genocide in Gaza. You, in the University of Nebraska System, as in the University of Nebraska System, have blood on your hands, and this does not reflect the value of UNO students." Kenna Barnes, UNO alumni, says, "Dear senators, I was in your shoes once, and I want to tell you that representing people at any level is incredibly difficult. It takes courage to move against people in positions of power, and maybe even your friends. One thing I can promise you is that your fellow senators, students, alumni, and community at large have a responsibility to each other to make sure we are all taken care of, because when you take care for others, you'll be taken care of. And I promise you that none of us benefit from using funds that could be extremely valuable to you and who you represent, and instead spending millions on weapons and war. Only the incredibly rich benefit, and statistically, that is likely never going to be us. I urge you to use your collective power. I can also promise you that collective movements work. Because again, statistically, there are more of us than them. I am proud of you for being here, and I know I'll be so proud of you when you stand firm what's best for your community." Madeline Milligan, UNO alumni and current student, says, "Please do not make my school any more complicit in genocide than it already is. Divest from weapons manufacturers who do not care about the betterment of students here, nor the innocent lives beyond our borders. As an alumni and current student, I care about what my institution is involved in, and I cannot measure the disappointment of knowing that the school I invest in turns around and throws support behind causes that hurt the people's right to exist. It does not have to be this way. These institutions of education do not also have to be institutions of shame. You have the power to act on the concerns of Nebraska University students, concerns which are valid and take into account the well-being of the world and the dignity of humanity. And if you do not comply, know that we, the students, will find other ways to right whatever wrongs you are determined to commit. We will not stay quiet, and we do not share your aspirations of complicity. Remember who your decisions impact. Remember who will rise up if you should fail to listen, if you should fail to care. Remember who you are supposed to serve and heed your call." Here's an anonymous UNO alumni. "As a once proud staff member and alumnus of UNO, I cannot in good conscience display memorabilia of or even consider donations to my alma mater while it continues to invest in weapons manufacturing. I am opposed to the use of these weapons in Gaza and all other locations. We are an institution of learning and should be an advocate for peace, not a fundraiser for war." An anonymous former UNO faculty member says, "Dear student senators, as someone who taught at the University of Nebraska Omaha as both a full-time faculty member and adjunct professor, I believe it is imperative that the University of Nebraska System and Foundation heed students' demands by divesting from weapons manufacturers and other companies complicit of profiting from genocide and apartheid. This institution cannot be credible or genuinely empower students socially or economically, as it promises to do when the NU system invests $9 million in the top 100 weapons manufacturers. In an interconnected and globalized world, divesting from these weapons manufacturers is a step that would put students in a safer and more secure, humane, rewarding, and far more empowering position, whether that be in the context of the workplace or social ties. It is incredibly important for the Student Senate to take a stand in wanting the investment policy to be changed. The UNL and UNO student region has a responsibility to reflect and advocate the student demand for divestment to administrators and decision makers. We have another anonymous UNO alumni. We all deserve the right to education, but first we deserve the right to live. Palestinian individuals are being denied food, water, supplies, and access to safe shelter. Palestinians are being denied the right to live. $9 million from University of Nebraska Systems is contributing to the pain and suffering being inflicted upon Palestinian individuals. Our funds do not need to support this. I encourage the University of Nebraska Systems to focus this money on students and our communities. There is no reason an education system should fund a genocide. Ultimately, we all want more than just the ability to live. We want the ability to learn, grow, and thrive. We deserve this, as do those in Gaza. Divestment is the right thing to do. Please consider supporting divestment from arms manufacturers. We have Elizabeth Mary Hill, who is a UNO alumni. My name is Elizabeth Mary Hill. I am a young alum of UNO. As members of the UNO community, we have a moral and civic obligation to uphold the values of peace, education, and human dignity. It is with this responsibility in mind that we stand firmly against the University of Nebraska at Omaha's investment in the production and proliferation of weaponry. The Nebraska University and UNO do not publicly disclose specific investments. There is no actual transparency with quarterly fund and investment reports. However, we do know NU and UNO are still highly involved in military weaponry investments. The National Strategic Research Institute, based within the University of Nebraska system, was awarded a $92 million contract in 2020 by the U.S. Department of Defense, building on nearly $300 million in funding over just 8 years. These contracts support research in nuclear weapon systems, chemical and biological defense, and other military operations. While cloaked in the language of national security, these projects align UNO with industries and government agencies that have long histories of exacerbating global violence and destabilization. Moreover, the lack of transparency regarding UNO's financial investments raises critical ethical questions. Without clear disclosure, students and faculty cannot be assured that our tuition dollars and public funding are not supporting corporations that manufacture weapons used in global conflicts, violate human rights, or contribute to the militarization of local policing. Keep in mind that more than 50% of our taxpayer dollars already directly fund military and defense operations. Less than 0.03% of all taxpayer dollars goes to fund NU. With what little taxpayer money the university has, why choose to invest further into the already largely funded military and defense operation? The NU system and UNO should prioritize its own needs without compromising its virtues. Institutions of higher learning exist to cultivate knowledge, critical thought, and the advancement of society. Any investment in the system of companies that manufacture weapons directly contradicts these principles. Such financial entanglements not only compromise our university's integrity, but also tie its future to industries that profit from violence, conflict, and global instability. The university's investments make our institution complicit in systems of harm, from the militarization of policing in our own communities to the devastation of lives in global conflict zones. UNO must not allow its financial decisions to contribute to the escalation of violence, particularly when those resources could be redirected toward education, sustainability, and community welfare. My time at UNO taught me that patience, education, and understanding are what prevents and resolves all conflicts. We do not resolve conflict by violence. It is not the virtue of any sensible academic institution to financially contribute to violence in such a way. If one has to resort to violence, they have failed to communicate and find a solution through education and dialogue. So today, we call on not only transparency in university and expenditure, but also for NU and UNO's leadership to immediately divest from all weapon-related investments and to commit to a transparent, ethical investment policy aligned with the university's mission of public service and social responsibility. The university's endowment should reflect the values we teach and strive to embody, not contradict them. The time is to act now. Peace should not be a principle we merely teach in classrooms. It should be the foundation of how we operate as
Evan.
No sound, but I think there's video.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Nate Ostick. I am here tonight as a community member. And I just wanted to share a couple of documents and important facts with the Senate that I think could be read out loud regarding this last week's election. For context, I may be familiar. Earlier this afternoon, I resigned from the Executive Council over incompatible values regarding the withholding of information pertinent to the student government grievance hearing that was heard earlier this week. As a result of that, you as the Senate are a body which is here and really serves as an oversight role. You're here to serve for the students, check processes and procedures, and to take accountability to make sure that what's occurring here on this campus is something that you stand for and that is in alignment with our values and the health of the student body. I believe an important part of that is understanding and knowing the facts as well. So I have two statements that I would like to read out. The first of which is the Election Commission ruling report, which was issued on, I suppose, early Wednesday morning, just after midnight. And the second one is a statement from several SGA agencies that, although I did not contribute to the writing of, I believe is very important for everybody to hear and the context to be understood. All right, this is the opinion explanation of the Election Commission ruling report. Quote, in the unanimous opinion of the Commission, we find that the torch violated section 6.12, which states that no candidate and/or campaign shall make false statements regarding themselves or any other candidate, and specifically section 7.6b, which refers to extreme cases of libelous statements about opponent. We did not find that the torch violated section 7.6c, extreme propagation of falsehoods about oneself, and 7.6e, distributing or promising money, currency, or coin of any nation. In Appendix A of the evidence provided by Unified UNO during discovery, Carlos stated in a private message to Lilu that members I won't name have expressed their wishes for MAPRO to get defunded. Context here, there are people in student government who have expressed that. It's an opinion. There's nothing wrong with that opinion. I know people such as former Regent Littoral who can speak to that. I know people within the agencies who can speak to that. And I know senators, both past and present, executive members, past and present, who can speak to that. There's no libel slander within there. Okay, commentary aside. In Appendix G of the evidence provided by Unified Youth Union, there are screenshots that demonstrate that Lilu, a member of the MAPRO team, communicated her frustrations to the MAPRO exec group chat. She believed Carlos's statements regarding the possible defunding of MAPRO by SGA to be true. On top of this, Lilu testified at the hearing that Carlos had told her not to trust Drew. In a similar period, we see in Appendix B that Drew texted the private student government executive team group chat on February 28th, requesting that the team, quote, please do not be spreading misinformation and lies about SABC. I value every single SGA, MAPRO, and Gateway member, end quote. In Appendix F, we see that the concerns about misinformation made their way back to the Unified UNO ticket. We believe all this to be evidence of a larger pattern undertaken by the Torch that misled students about Unified UNO's role in the funding and or defunding of student agencies, including MAPRO, the Gateway, WGC, AMS, and QTS. Not only is this false information, but the Commission finds it resulted in an uneven playing field. The Commission further believes that those actions fall under extremely libelous policy violation in 7.6b. Drew's role as Director of Finance for the Student Government Association required his facilitation of budgetary discussions. Looking to Nate Ostick's witness testimony for the Torch, he stated that Drew's role created an atmosphere of distrust surrounding him. Furthermore, Lilu's testimony that Carlos told her not to trust Drew is evidence that this atmosphere indeed existed within SGA and the student agencies and is perpetuated by members of the Torch ticket. The Commission believes that these falsehoods fall into the extreme libel category because of their nature. The funding of student agencies has been an extremely sensitive topic on campus, especially this year. With the audit and freezing of funds by UNO administration, critiques of Drew's role as Director of Finance took on a new meaning. impacting his reputation on campus, making him out to be against student agencies and pro-administration over the student body. These are not light accusations to make. The commission believes that evidence alongside witness testimony proves the torch violates section 6.12 and 7.4b of the policy index, which in turn give the ticket an unfair advantage. Now, before I read the sanctions, just think about that final conclusion, and at what point was there evidence or a statement ever stated that Carlos said those final charges? You're not going to find it. Now, this under sanctions. Under policy section 7.6, subsection B, quote, extreme cases of libellous statements about opponent, this violation requires immediate invalidation of the ticket. Therefore, the commission, in finding the torch in violation of said policy rule, must invalidate the ticket. However, the commission feels that the nature of the campaign compels us also to apply sanctions on the other ticket, Unify UNO. Specifically, we believe Unify UNO had knowledge of at least one spam account that is posting derogatory comments on the social media account of the torch. At least one. Keep that in mind. We also believe that it was improper for the campaign to request the invalidation of 50 student votes. Because of this, the commission is imposing sanctions on Unify UNO, requiring them to issue a public apology on their social media accounts for the improper request to invalidate 50 votes, as well as any knowledge of spam accounts that derogatorily targeted the torch. Opinion summary, in unanimous opinion of the commission, the torch violated section 6.12 and 7.6b of the Student Government Association Policy Index, requiring the commission to invalidate their ticket. Finally, some additional context. There were multiple accounts included in evidence, accounts on Instagram that were posting comments on Unify UNO's Instagram, stating various combative things. I believe that there's ample evidence or no connection directly connecting that account with the torch. And there's significant evidence that there is within the MO of the Unify campaign to use fake student accounts to propagate a narrative. I find that deeply troubling. It's symptomatic of the age of disinformation that we live in, where anything online that you read could get bought, perpetrated by someone trying to, put forward a certain narrative. So I would just kind of keep that in mind. Additionally, keeping in mind the margin, some of you may have heard, some of you may have not. The church received 35 more votes during election. I state that at some point it will come out in the future, but you can take that to the bank. That is the case. Finally, I'd like to read the statement posted by UNO AMS and UNO WGC. The result of the Election Commission's decision is a grave mistake. By addressing baseless rumors regarding defunding the agencies, the leadership and character of the agency directors were disregarded and defamed. Rather than believing, supporting, and protecting student directors, the entire student body's fundamental rights were infringed upon this election season. UNO's administration has a history of silencing students' voices, autonomy, and agency. The Election Commission vote proves that student governing bodies have inherited this legacy and actively enforced the administration's goal of silencing student voices by preemptively sabotaging a democratic process. The unanimous vote to invalidate one party in favor of the other significantly devalues the democratic voting process for all the Mavericks who voted in this election season and future Mavericks to come. There's no justice in a vote to disqualify an entire ticket. There's no liberty in censoring students. Thus, there's no pursuit of happiness anywhere in UNO's campus. The harm perpetrated by the commission extends beyond the ballot, manifesting in targeted attacks and persistent tone policing on the personal social media account of the WGC director. In tandem with administration, actions of the Election Commission on individual and collective levels contribute to the continued oppression of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, people of color, folks on and off campus. The status quo remains. We are not allowed to dissent, only comply. Censorship is unacceptable, and unjust. This election commission consists entirely of white students who voted to suppress votes by invalidating a ticket made up entirely of BIPOC students. No one should be allowed to decide whose voice, choices, or existence matters more. The injustice is apparent. We demand that the Election Commission permanently end voter suppression and election interference, and the official vote count for both tickets be made public. Now, note on here, we do not endorse either campaign ticket. We are committed to the equitable and just processes that ensure that student voices are heard, especially those that are willfully overlooked and ignored. Just kind of final statements on that. You're the Senate, you overview this. That's where the power lies. there may be an appeal if the court sees it fit to appeal that decision. I believe that there are numerous holes within its logic. And I hope that if you take the time to read it and reflect on this reading aloud, that you may come to the same conclusions. Apart from that, thank you all for this year.
You're
It's been great.
I'm so sorry.
All right, thank you all.
First, I have a sentiment from the women who sent this out anonymously. First, it starts with leadership means responsibility, not misinformation. I'm writing this as a concerned student who believes in fairness, truth, and responsibility that comes with leadership. What I witnessed from the director of Women and Gender Equity Center, WGEC, was disappointing. Not because she shared an opinion, but because of the way she used her position and her voice to spread misinformation, create division, and indirectly target individuals in ways that are unfair and harmful. Yes, everyone has the right to speak. When you're a student leader, especially the director of a center built on advocacy, equity, and student representation, your words matter even more. You don't just speak for yourself, you speak for your agency. You represent students, and you set an example of how leadership should look at UNO. Instead of offering a neutral, professional, and constructive message, this individual used her platform and role to twist the situation. She framed it in a way that made it sound like this was all about race, like this decision was an attack against BIPOC students, and that Drew, who was white, was somehow the face of injustice. Let's be clear, holding someone accountable is not racism, and being white does not make someone oppressive. That kind of framing is dangerous. It unfairly paints someone as a villain based on assumptions, not actions. Drew, like others in this election, deserves to be judged on facts, not on the color of his skin. We cannot reach equity and then turn around and use identity as a weapon. This entire issue has become clouded by emotional, neurotic, personal bias, and a refusal to take accountability. What should have been a chance to model leadership and fairness became a public display of division and misinformation, led by someone who should have known better. If you are the director of an agency at UNO, especially one tied to gender equity and student advocacy, your actions should uplift, not mislead. You should bring clarity, not confusion. You should lead with facts, not assumptions, and you absolutely must represent all students, and not just the ones you agree with you. Right now, what we are seeing is not leadership. It's personal bias turned into a public narrative, and it's hurting our campus more than it's helping. I am deeply concerned and disappointed I felt after reading the recent joint Instagram post made by AMS and the Women and Gender Equity Center, WGC, last night. The statement they shared, which criticized the UNO Election Commission decision to disqualify a student ticket, did not feel fair or accurate, and more importantly, it did not reflect the whole truth. The post included strong language claiming that the decision was censorship and an act of injustice, particularly against BIPOC students. As someone who is a BIPOC student myself, I feel the need to speak out, not to silence anyone, but to remind us all that fairness, accuracy, and unity should be at the heart of how we lead and how we speak. Yes, BIPOC voices matter, my voice matters, but it hurts when the term is used in a way that feels like it's weaponized rather than uplifted. Being white doesn't automatically make someone oppressive or racist, just like being BIPOC doesn't make someone always right. We should be careful not to spread misinformation or turn disagreement into division. This isn't about silencing anyone's voice, but rather about encouraging accountability and professional integrity, especially from those who represent all of us. As a student, I felt the need to speak up. After reading the statement posted by AMS and the WGEC, I feel the need to respond, not out of anger, but out of the deep concern for how the situation has been handled and how the student leadership has communicated it. The post stated that the result of the Election Commission's decision is a grave mistake, and they accused the Election Commission of attacking the leadership and suggesting that fundamental student rights were infringed upon. But here's the truth. Making bold claims like this without context or transparency only adds confusion and division. You cannot call something a grave mistake if you're not willing to present all of the facts. If a decision was made, let's be honest about why.
The way this statement was written not only deflects accountability, it places blame unfairly on the election commission, implying they acted out of bias simply because of who they are, including their race. In quotes, that's not leadership, that's deflection. Accusing people of making harmful decisions simply because they are white is not justice. It is another form of prejudice. The election commission followed a process. If you disagree with the outcome, challenge it respectfully and with facts, not accusations. Do not mislead students into believing their rights were taken away when this is accountability and policy, not identity. We need to talk about accountability, not just blame. I want to speak up, not to attack, but to finally say what many of us have been thinking but might be too afraid to say. It is time to stop playing games with student leadership and start holding people accountable, no matter what their title is. We heard about this fake or spam account that was used to post a question about parking tickets, and yes, the way it was done wasn't right, but let's stop and ask ourselves, was the question itself harmful? No, it was a simple question. No, anyone could have asked it. So why was it treated like a scandal? Was it blown into a huge situation? Well, the deeper issue was ignored. Let's talk about the truth. Carlos, who is the student wellness coordinator, a role that exists to serve and protect the student body, not only believed and spread misinformation, but actively contributed to a false narrative. He told others not to trust Drew. He spread rumors about defunding student agencies, and these were not just private options. They were repeated, believed, and weaponized by others in leadership. That is not okay. That is not what student government is supposed to be about. You don't get to hold a leadership role, especially one focused on student wellness, and turn around to create division, lies, and mistrust. If you're supposed to represent us, then act like it. Protect us, uplift us. Don't turn the student body against us based on rumors and personal agendas. Let's stop pretending this was about race. Drew is the director of finance and has led with professionalism and respect throughout this process. He hasn't spread misinformation, he hasn't attacked anyone, he certainly hasn't tried to turn students against each other. So why he was the one targeted? Why was he framed as a villain? Carlos, on the other hand, actively spread misinformation, and we are just supposed to ignore it? How many other students did he influence with those lies? How many others heard him say, don't trust Drew, and believed it? Not because of facts, but because of bias? This isn't just about one person. It's about the culture we're allowing to grow in our student government where misinformation is defended, accountability is avoided, and truth is twisted, and wherever benefits the loudest voice in the room. It has to stop. Student leadership should be built on trust, facts, and the strength to do what's right, not what's popular. We need leaders we don't just carry a title, but carry integrity. Leaders who bring students together and not tear them apart with rumors. Drew didn't do what Carlos did, and Carlos' actions and silence around them speak volumes. We want a campus that's fair, inclusive, and driven by truth. We need to start holding everyone accountable, and not just the ones we disagree with. It's time to wake up, it's time to change the narrative, and it's time to expect better from those who say they represent us. Thank you for our time and anonymous. Four. Okay. I have something personal as a student, something separate as a senator. So somewhere along the way, it seems like we forget how powerful their words and actions can be. Bullying, lying, and tearing others down should have never been okay, yet too often it's ignored. Excused or hidden behind a screen. When did it become normal to spread lies about someone to make yourself feel bigger? When did it become acceptable to laugh at someone's pain, to exclude them, to whisper behind their back? The truth was, it was never okay. Not then, not now, not ever. Lies hurt, bullying breaks spirits, and silence allows it to grow. It's time we remind each other that kindness, honesty, and respect are choices we get to make every day. Be the person who stands up when others stay silent. Be the voice that reminds someone of their worth when others try to erase it. We don't have to let cruelty be the norm. Let's create a world that people feel seen, heard, and valued, where no one has to question if it matters. And lastly, let's not be hypocrites.
I am motioning to shorten the speaking turns to 3 minutes. I feel rude doing it. I don't like it, but it is 9:21 and we still haven't gotten any resolutions, and I'm worried that we're going to be unfair to later scheduled resolutions because we're going to get more tired as the night continues. I still want to hear what people have to say, but I think if we push ourselves and if everyone is taking a full 10 minutes, by the time we get to the last few resolutions, we're going to be tired enough that we're not giving them due process. So I am not motioning to end it. I'm just motioning to shorten our speaking turns to 3 minutes so that people can still say what they need to say. But I am a little bit worried that we are going to end up not being respectful of the later ones, just because we're going to get tired by the time we get to them, because there's like 7 things on the agenda and it's our last day together. So I'm motioning for 3 minutes per person.
Is there any discussion?
Seconding the motion.
Second motion. Is there any discussion?
I was just gonna ask, I don't know. This would just be up to you as the motioner, but would we like to strongly encourage that and just for the speakers who remain to know that, but if they go a little over, a little under, that way we don't have to move to no motion. If they did come up prepared to speak for 10 minutes.
Sorry, I need to wait for turn, sorry.
So giving them a little bit of time to adjust, I think would be helpful.
I don't disagree, but it is 9:22, and so I still want to hear from them, but most of the people who are still up here are also people who fully have speaking turns during these discussions. Like, these are, with the exception of our one guest, these are all people who, when we get to the relevant topics, still will have essentially an unlimited amount of time to talk, with speaking turns being considered. So I think if we're having statements, we need to give cliff notes, or it's information that we just need to start sharing with each other during the debates, or I'm worried that we're not going to fairly get to it today.
Yeah, I just feel like it's kind of, I feel like I disagree with that because I feel like, again, like we're already up here and we're already about to be almost finished. And I understand that, like, we got resolutions to pass, but at the same time, we already up here. And then also, again, we are allowed Senator Ellie to speak for the full 10 minutes. So I feel like.
That's my bad. I meant to do it before we got to senators, but I didn't realize we had transitioned. I do apologize for the fact that it happened after one senator. That was not intentional. I meant to do it before we got to the senator portion. That's my fault, and I do take credit for accidentally mixing that up. I just was not quite paying attention when that transition happened because I was just taking things in.
I just feel like 3 minutes is a little too short. Yes, to keep it 10 minutes.
Well, that would just be voting against it if
Oh,
we're going to 10.
okay.
So
I'll go with Senator Hernandez.
We like just do like a 4 minutes instead of 3.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So the question for the student senate is that should the 10 minutes rather, or 3 minutes be 4 minutes instead?
Is there a
Senator
second to
Ringel?
that?
I second that.
For 4 minutes?
For 4 minutes, yeah. Okay, that's fair.
But can we at least keep the open forum person that had their full 10 minutes? Is there a
Point of order.
Senator Meister?
The motion, so clarification, signpost for everybody. We are only motioning to limit open forum speaking time to 4 minutes. We cannot limit rights of the body without changing the rules. So it would not change any of our speaking rights as senators. It will only limit the ability of anyone up for open forum right now, senator or not, to speak to 4 minutes. So when you are voting, if you have voting rights, you are voting as to whether or not to approve an amendment to say folks up in line can speak for 4 minutes. Anyone else who joins the line can speak for 4 minutes, but it will no longer be 10. When the line concludes, we'll move back into business and you will have your normal 10-minute speaking rights as a senator when you raise your placard.
Point of information, our guest also did say that they do not need more than 4 minutes. So I think we need to start capping it because we still have a lot of people up here and we have not started even discussing the matter that we've all been hearing about.
Is there any discussion of the amendment? There's no further discussion. The chair is seeking unanimous consent to UK's 10 minutes, 3 minutes to 4 minutes.
So we're voting on whether or not we are changing 3 to 4, not whether or not we're instating 4.
Yes.
Yes.
In the opinion of the chair, the amendment has been approved. Now, the question for the student senate is that should the guest speakers or
Public, the open forum is a limit of 4 minutes per person.
is there any discussion on the motion? Senator Lopez Ferreira? Yeah, I feel like it should be up to the open forum person if it's like it goes above 4, that makes sense.
They said that they didn't need more than 4. I asked them.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure.
No, that's a very valid point, but I did ask before we amended it.
For sure. Very discussion on the motion.
Let's vote. Let's vote.
Now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion is adopted.
Take away that.
Hello. I am a student leaving UNO. My name is Raina. I'm leaving UNO in just a few weeks as I'm graduating. And I am here for one reason, to tell you why I'm leaving Nebraska. This sort of conduct, this sort of nonsense that happened during this election, and there's certainly nonsense on both sides, though I think we know who was responsible for more nonsense, is exactly the reason why I want to leave this state. This state is a state where, crony schemes and backroom deals. I don't use the word corruption lightly, but unfair practices built more on who you know than what you know or how qualified you are exactly the reason that I want to leave this state. I want to go somewhere where there's an actual chance for everyone. I want to go somewhere where you don't just need to know the most successful person to become the most successful person. I want to go somewhere where you actually have a chance. And the conduct of the election, the conduct of so many things at UNO, from administration to student government, has made clear that Nebraska is not that place. It's made clear that Nebraska is a place for people who are well connected. Now, I understand as a political science major that, in a sense, in politics, whoever gets cheated is at fault. Cheating is a part of politics, whether we like that or not. We don't even try to be better in this state. We accept that because we have a small town culture, that we're always going to behave in a small town way. There is no aspiration for the future in this state. And there is very little effort by anyone at any step of the process to make this a state where hope exists. So I'll tell you that this is just another drop in the bucket, but it's a big, significant example. Of course, I was already planning to leave this state. This doesn't change anything, truly, but it's a symbol of why I made the right decision. To not invest my future in a place where it's really up to whether other people who got ahead by knowing the right people will like me. There is no meritocracy in this state. It's only about connections. It's only about having the right people in the right positions of authority on your side. And that is why I will not be remaining at UNO. It's why I will not be remaining in Omaha. It's why I'm moving to another country. Iceland, by the way.
Oh, okay.
In any case, thank you all for at least trying, some of you. Not all of you, that's for sure. I'd like to say that for those of you who are trying, keep doing so, and you will be able to change this. But you might have better luck in another place. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Abby Brady. I am a senator currently here for the 24-25 year. For starters, this is regarding the election that just happened recently. I just want to start off by saying I am disappointed and appalled by not only some statements made today, but the ones made over the course of the election process. We are here to support, represent, and uplift the student body and be passionate about doing so. I have witnessed nothing but immaturity and derogatory remarks that blatantly discriminate against the individuals who are willing to step forward as representatives of the student body. Shockingly enough, these people making their remarks are representatives of student groups and individuals within our current setting. I've only been here for a year, one term, and from this single experience, I have witnessed people make outstanding differences within our student body. And I have seen people completely disregard and target individuals just within a couple of weeks. The individuals who are running for both executives, I have had nothing but good experiences with both parties, some of more positive than others. I have known Drew since high school, and to sit here and to listen to these derogatory remarks truly baffles me. not only are they derogatory, but they are specifically targeting who he is as an individual that he cannot change. It is disgusting to see that we have not only stooped that low, but that we have used someone's race as a deterring factor to your differences with the executive. We are meant to be inclusive, yet when it comes to our agendas and our differences with each other, that is completely disbanded. For those of you who don't know, Drew joined SGA at a low time for us, which was during the start of us getting audited. Drew didn't back down from the challenge. He stepped up more than any individual could have during this chaotic period. That showed me that he was willing to put in the work more than anything. I have known Aditi only within this past year alongside you. Within this time, I've had nothing but positive experiences and encounters with them, and they have shown one thing, that they are passionate about serving the student body. To sit here not only as a senator, but as a colleague and a student, I am truly disappointed in the action that those of you have taken to tear each other down. We have completely forgotten what we are here for and what we are setting ourselves up to do. This isn't an environment to be at each other's throats and use it as an excuse to directly attack people verbally and make threats. We need to revive this environment to be cordial and respectful with each other. If you cannot appropriately represent the student body, this might not be the environment for you. Thank you.
First, I'd like to say thank you for all constituents who made their time in their schedule to show up tonight. Your willingness to advocate and stand up for what is right is highly admired and appreciated. This is a side note, but my motion to cut an exec and committee chair report is not a matter of laziness. If letting the students the time and the space to speak is laziness, then so be it. I'm trying to find the words to talk about the election grievance as well as the ruling report and putting my thoughts together because I have a lot to say, but I don't even know where to begin because the mess that was made prior and during the election process. It is a given that elections are messy, and while it may be fun for some, I didn't find anything about the treatment and the borderline harassment we faced funny. If you indulged, engaged, encouraged, or got a laugh out of it, I really hope you reevaluate and take a time to step back from student government because this is unhealthy behavior. It's ironic how brave someone was to comment on our Instagram page and pretend to be a UNO constituent, but later take down their comments after the hearing was announced. I woke up yesterday at 5 a.m. to the news of the invalidation of our ticket, and I also woke up to the same social media account, shout out Maylee Atkins, to harass myself and my running mates, not taken down, but also mocking me and my faith as if the constant stalking, false narratives, and comments weren't enough. Now we're mocking people's faith because you got what you wanted, because you were basically let off scot-free. To know that individuals on exec knew this account existed, knew the person behind this account, and did not report it because they did not want to get involved is incredibly disappointing. And I have lost trust in our executives to stand up and do the right thing. I understand and empathize the difficulties in going against your friends, but I also believe tolerating bad or unhealthy behaviors is complacency, and your silence throughout this election season will not go unnoticed. Just to end my concerns and thoughts about the social media account, we know who ran it and who encouraged it. I hope the person behind the account gets a better set of friends who will hold them accountable, and I hope at some point they find the courage to reflect and reevaluate their choices. I am disappointed in the Election Commission's decision to invalidate our ticket based on private concerns and conversations that happened prior to the election cycle. Additionally, I'm more disappointed that a candidate was allowed to request the invalidation of 50 students because of personal issues, not because it directly affected the election's integrity, which to make clear, it did not. Our student body and voices shouldn't have been on the chopping block, not only because of personal set of issues, but the willingness to unproductively and purposely misinterpret our message, words, and initiatives. When Carlos, Samir, and I set to run on this campaign, we agreed to lay low and to keep to ourselves. We never engaged in conversations about the other ticket negatively because we did not find these conversations productive, nor did we find it necessary to involve the student body about interpersonal issues that were already resolved, or at least I thought. If we are working within the precedent of this election season, you are granted privilege to preach about accountability and transparency, but ironically, accountability and transparency does not apply to you because contributing factors like bias, loyalty, or friendship. It is disheartening to see the election be overturned when the people have already voted. If our leaders won't lead, then the students will. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Okay. Hello, fellow senators. I just want to say thank you to the open forum who decided to speak. I really appreciate all of you to making time out of your day to come up and speak. What's it called? I hope you guys also having a great evening tonight. Following with the other senators who just spoke but also will speak, I'm going to piggyback on what they said. As you know, there's been a lot of emotions surrounding this election, especially the grievance and the outcome. As we all speak of our experiences, about how we feel it is important, we must listen and be there for one another. This isn't about an attack on any character, but a result of an invalidating an entire ticket, and it shouldn't have happened. Now, I know I got appointed back in March, and I haven't been sitting as senator for too long. I became a senator to be a voice for my peers, especially during the climate we are in right now. You can see I'm wearing my Black Excellence shirt, which is what I'm a part of. Not to be a little corny, but I'm wearing this shirt to represent the students, but also the community we have within Black Excellence. Outside of Black Excellence, we as an entire student government have a job to be there for the students, It would be unjust of me not to speak up at this open forum about the results that have affected the entire student body, when that's also the reason why for my motivation to wear my shirt. Okay, during my time right now, I will highlight students' response as we as senators have expressed the concerns. It's even more essential to highlight the student body's opinions. Student Atevia Vaughn said, I'm a sophomore here at UNO, and I have some certain feelings about the results from the grievance meeting on April 22nd. For starters, my vote was casted in favor of the torch. I believe that this is unfair, that the torch ballot was invalid because there was a conversation privately about the election. Even though the torch had some flaws concerning their process, but Unify had some too, which I think should face more repercussions. I took time to look through both of the ballots and policies, same as every other student. If student body chooses an organization, then that should be the one getting elected regardless of the results. The fake account that Unify made should have been overpassed any of the torch's flaws. That is impersonating and could have swayed voters as well. With that being said, the least that could happen is a revote. There's a heavy amount of students that are upset about these results. And then I'm also gonna have a testimony from Jonna Bailey. She said she wanted to also, make sure you guys look at the social media post regarding the statement with about the disappointing results on their Instagram page at UNO AMS. But she also states that as this year's Senate comes to a close, I urge the incoming senators to work on amending the interim purchases policy and to collaborate the agencies on how to best serve students, not how to best serve the UNO administration. One section that needs the revision concerns collaborations, which are not considered a restricted activity in the Fund A policy. It is important to remember that UNO would not exist without these collaborations. Additionally, I was disappointed to hear that SGA emphasized the importance of collaborations multiple times throughout the school year while enforcing policies that prevent SGA and its agencies from effectively engaging in them.
So sorry, you've hit 4 minutes.
What's up?
You've hit 4 minutes.
Do you mind if I say my one part? Is that okay?
That's on.
Okay, thank you.
Hey guys. Hello Senate and members of the general public. It is me, Brian. I don't really say much during Senate because I mostly sit around not really doing much because I believe that the rest of the people in Senate did great jobs at pushing through resolutions to help the UNO community. However, with the most recent ruling from the Election Commission, all of our worst fears have come to pass. We now know that you can disenfranchise hundreds of voters just by complaining that people do not like your campaign. We saw private messages from before campaigning, and Unify UNO use a fake account to spread false hate on their own page and use all that to call it extreme libel to invalidate the torch of the ticket. What happened here is a clear showcase of what's happening across the country, here in the halls of Senate, at UNL, and at a national level. It showcased that through manipulation of evidence and crying wolf, you can win. I believe this sets a dangerous precedent that through complaining, not campaigning, you can win an election. Unify UNO knows that they didn't run a good campaign, and that undoubtedly they will subject the students of UNO to being subservient to Hayden House. And no matter how hard they try to deny it, their true faces show as Hayden House puppets, the term that they so much hate. Drew and Gio and Aditi have been critical of WGC and other agencies, and this is bound to rear itself in the next administration if we let them steal an election. They could only win by invalidating their competition. Going forward, all of UNO must fight against this clear injustice and ensure this does not become the norm. Because when one group can call it Bailey Atkins and win, then who knows what future campaigns will do. I urge all senators today to fight against the injustice actually serve the UNO community before this becomes all too common and too late for us to do anything about. Thank you.
Well, I will just quickly start off saying that I will only mention a few things about the elections. I do disagree with the grievance and the decision on the grievance, and we will appeal, and I'll let my thoughts know in that grievance appeal. And those thoughts will be shared in there. And I will fight for our ticket and people that support us. In the end, this is more about the student wellness coordinator position, since obviously, sadly, for health reasons, I won't be able to attend SGA. In the end, I'm thankful for Shani for this opportunity for being student wellness coordinator, and it's the best opportunity that I've gotten in my life. I've not only been able to form multiple connections around the nation, but around this university, and been able to bring amazing people to this university. And really, it's a truthfully wonderful experience. Sadly, before running, I did hide something from the whole exec team, and said I've been having health issues for the last 6 months. Sadly, I did know this past summer that I had signs of maybe having melanoma cancer. In the end, I never really went and checked myself. 6 months earlier, I did present early symptoms of it and started off kind of blacking out a little bit. In the end, I kind of dismissed it and just kept going and kept charging. 2 months ago, it got too much for me and started getting checked. Sadly, as of now, I've been recommended to seriously go to a dermatologist and get a serious diagnosis, because they seriously suspicion I do sadly have melanoma. I will go to that journey this summer, and I will go through it bravely. I will continue to fight for this ticket that I really love, and the battles that I did fight for it. But I do know that in the end, I truly love this university. I truly love the ticket that I form and the team and the people that I met throughout the way. And no matter what, I'm going to keep fighting for people and students for how much I will be on this serve and in this university. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm here not to represent any agency or anyone besides myself as a UNO student. Just wanted to say thank you all for your work this year. As someone that sat in Senate meetings, I think it's really inspirational to see you all putting in this hard work, and you really all do care. And I won't pretend that I guess a better way to say is I think this is a good reminder to remember that anger is powerful and anger is important. It protects you and drives you forward. But I also think it's important to reflect on what emotions are underneath that anger, what you're actually feeling, why you feel hurt. And to address that as a way to come forward rather than just responding to things with anger. And I think that really is what will connect us as people.
Hello, my name is Dalton Meister. I'm a senator. I've been with student government for some time. I didn't initially anticipate coming out tonight, but throughout the course of the conversation and having the opportunity to listen to many students speaking passionately tonight, I felt it important to also share myself. Thank you for the opportunity to listen. It's something I'm deeply gratefully appreciative for because your voices are the voices that matter most. In our time, we're seeing increasingly complex stressors in our communities. Feelings of safety are frayed. Our attachment to one another is being challenged, and our society is increasingly explicitly polarized. And these situations compound stress for students in many complex ways that affect them every day in multiple dimensions of their health and well-being. It also further complexifies the way that our students think about their communities, oftentimes resulting in increased anxiousness, fear, disconnection, and difficulties with attachment. Feelings of decreased safety and a reduced sense of peace and harmony, and really a feeling of belongingness. These trends have been compounded by already existing inequities of power and privilege in the spaces we interact in. And these spaces continue cycles of violence and oppression that have long histories before us in our communities, and they continue today. We may see these impacts in our friends, families, communities, or even if we look closely and carefully in ourselves. I'm hopeful that in the coming days, weeks, and months, and years, as we seek solutions to the modern questions of the student experience and co-create opportunities that advance our mutual response to those questions, that we can use the information we gain and gather to be responsive to the student experience and the questions that come with it. It is a complex, nuanced, dynamic, and fluid entity, and so our work will never be done. But that does not mean we can't progress and continue to improve the lives and experiences of those we serve, as well as heal from this moment and the moments that come forward together. I'm hopeful that tonight has been an opportunity to communicate and to share where we are in the present moment, and that we can take the things that have been shared, the feelings and the feedback that we've received to begin to try and understand one another and rebuild some of those senses of connection. People are hurting right now, people are in pain, and that matters. And it's finding a way that we can create a response that integrates all of us together in memory of the idea that we are a community and can continue to be one, and that we have an opportunity tonight to take this moment to connect together and to progress forward. There is so much pain in this room right now, and I appreciate you all for sharing it, and that pain is completely and totally valid. And also, I don't think that means that we can't be a community together with one another, and that we can't find ways to heal and transform that pain into something that will give us a better tomorrow. So thank you.
Try to keep this short. I first want to thank those of you who came out here tonight and had the courage to speak your minds. Whether it was about elections or disinvestment, while coming up here, you ensured that differences and perspectives don't disappear from UNO. This disagreement is necessary and even preferred if we want to keep embracing new ideas in growing university. However, I will say, to those of you who have come up here or have spoken out online, attacking my friends with racist and horrible comments, you must do better. Additionally, to leave out important information and continue to spread lies that fuel a narrative is doing an injustice to students by manipulating them. It is those who keep student government in this campus toxic. It is those who have continued to contribute to the division our university struggles to address. As we move forward, I urge everyone here, regardless of your beliefs on this election, to treat others with respect, regardless of the outcome of this election. I will continue to show respect and kindness to everyone here as I have always done so. I respectfully ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say we've had a lot of great speakers tonight, and it's just beautiful to see so many students engaged. And with that being said, now everyone take a deep breath. We're almost done here. Close forms almost finished, you know? Take a breath, you go. So, but continue on. First, I'd like to talk about the divestment resolution. It must be taken seriously. It carries real importance, and at its core, this resolution is about one simple urgent goal: ending the suffering and loss of innocent lives. This is just one step in what we can do, but it's a meaningful one. I encourage everyone here to stay informed, keep an eye on news organizations like Al Jazeera, bring eyes to the war crimes and genocides occurring in Palestine, and follow organizations like Nebraskans for Palestine and SJP to stay engaged and involved to create change. Now, continuing, to all the students and our supporters, even though the Election Commission's decision didn't go our way, let me be clear. This is not a loss. This is a turning point. Now, I couldn't take this time to dispute every falsehood named in the hearing, but we all know what happened and what the baseline is. We will appeal. We will rise and we will continue to stand tall in the face of adversity, because our fight was never just about a title. It was about truth. It was about students, and it was about building something bigger than any one campaign. The torch still burns, brighter than ever, fueled not by one outcome, but by the energy and voices of those who believed in a better future. We are not backing down. We are not going silent, and we are far from done. Now, whatever comes next, we are ready. Whether we're inside SGA or forging our own path, our purpose remains unchanged: to serve, to uplift, and to create real, lasting impact. We've got big things coming, and no decision, no obstacle, and no setback can stop what's next. So stay with us, because this story, it's just getting started. Now, lastly, thank you to those of you who showed up and put in the work this year. It hasn't gone unnoticed. Thank you, and let's get to work.
I motion to move the group for 7 minutes. And got the Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
That's until 10 o'clock, go. Everybody get a piece.
Text me what happens to SJP. I feel like I have best.
Yes, Lauren, open forum is done.
Make sure to text me right away what happens with.
I wish I got your seat. Okay.
I like your shirt.
Thank you.
A lot.
Like stick.
Thank you. It's just a simple discussion.
Oh, bro.
You'll understand, especially how one of them predicted it is to be a Jewish person. And, using a religion that all about caring for other people.
It's kind of overpriced, but honestly, I was craving it.
Yes, I am also Jewish, and so I'm also distinctly pro-Palestinian, because that's what my Judaism has taught me to do, is to take others and we are kept safe and free by ensuring that everybody is kept safe and free, regardless of the powers that are against them. No. Oh, this is a travesty.
What?
Power. So we had to,
Okay. I think I just get randomly invited to them, like, so. Do you know that sounds like the Passover Seder?
I helped play at Green Line. Yeah, I helped plan it. I couldn't make it that day.
I was there, I didn't have plans.
Oh, good.
So,
Good.
we've just got the overlaps, but it's nice to meet you.
We just all had to move too.
So what's the? So what was, there's two parties, Unify and Torch, what were they all about?
I might just not. Yeah.
They're gonna go on. If you're serious or not.
I'm a, like a.
But they're advocating on reducing textbook costs. Why was say that so? For some reason.
And then they asked for a sandwich because I'm a.
They asked for a sandwich.
Like, absolutely.
And then.
So you. So Unify was really good at that. Continue. So Unify was like establishment and Torch was like opposition.
They're in opposition. There were two tickets.
Torch was more progressive. So what
Because
has,
it's sort of for students and researching government around organizations.
so who brought the grievance?
Well, those tickets submitted grievances. I think I mentioned in mine that, the first submitted grievances about, a faculty member endorsing a campaign which they're not allowed to do, they endorse people. So I'm not saying why I. And they also, I mean, among other things, but the ones that are referred to is that, agency endorsed them on Instagram, on social media, which not allowed to do. What I heard was, the one that Unified reported saying that actually Carlos slandered them.
So how did this, like, was it like a covert attack? Like, did they actually slander, and somebody created a fake account that slandered?
Unify has been confirmed to use
But then.
What Unify is private messages from.
One private message from Carlos to somebody else, within or around student government, but it's irrelevant. They've also said that, the torch was spreading a rumor that Drew wanted to defund agencies, which did not exist, I'm pretty sure, and that Drew wanted to pursue defund. They wanted to defund. They were not saying that very and also it's not untrue.
So, who heard the grievance? Was that the student court?
The election commission.
Election commission. Who runs the election commission?
A few students, I think I've been the vice president who's meeting on the commission, but there's also 5 other people.
But how was the commission selected? Okay, that's a problem. See, you guys are learning that the system is fucked.
Yeah.
It's very fragile.
Oh, yes. Well, Carlos was pretty convinced that the election commission was chosen well.
It's a problem that you don't know that it should be easily available information.
They ignore the fact that like 3 of them are on friendship association, who is very much.
Well, he just came from outside.
And whose advisor emailed 400 students. What?
I'd like to announce that my socks are fully dry.
Yeah. I'd like. Wait, so good thing I watched. Yeah, I thought people on the election commission are in the.
So both
Okay,
parties
so what?
against each other for improper things.
Yeah.
Only one side's.
Yeah. I put it on at the curb. It was my very handy tool.
Paper,
What? Hell, I'm gonna motion for a secret ballot.
Motion for a secret ballot for everything. Just extend the
Yeah,
time.
wherever you try to announce my socks are dry. So wet from the I came in during honor, like I've been here for 4 hours and my feet are sopping. My shoes off. I feel so.
Even though we're
For what? We don't look like a strapping young couple, a lesbian and some man she knows.
But what they're looking right now, they.
I know, but I feel bad.
Decided to.
Is there growth now too? Like my feet usually
Literally. You bring up a lot like the gas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, I would figure jurisprudence, you toss out stuff like that because you don't know if it's a cyber attack.
Yeah, so like I said, just right speech. They are.
Stay down. Everything of I
Parties being elected.
I came into this building. Oh, 6 hours. I've been in this building
for 6 hours and my socks are still wet from when I came. My feet are gross. And maybe they dry.
This is
So
like-
I don't get French foot, but like, they're gonna be gross.
It's like going, walking up there like, you got smelly feet.
Kind of like a.
Like grossed out. And
then just like.
First quote.
What do you mean that you are a teacher and I need to go to school tomorrow?
I'm teaching in the morning.
And what do you mean? 1 a.m. meetings? 1
I'm leaving at a certain point. I frankly, I don't have to. I wake up at like 6 in the morning.
In the PJs.
Yeah, just. Just pick one of the rows.
Like a student, this employee.
Yeah.
A different structure, you shouldn't feel like you're moving through stuff, and then you're fighting about this stuff, and then somebody does. I could have hacked your stupid election, and like created a fake thing and gotten you to fight each other, like that's not the point, you shouldn't be fighting each other about stupid shit, you should be like getting together and making, like you guys should be the ones making the decisions, not electing people to act.
Where did he go? That's a weird.
Usually I think it relies on like. That's what we've seen generally.
It hurts. What about times was?
I mean, use other speeches. Use anything. But this one hurts from a distance. So, yeah, this is what she did. It gets a lot of. Like 6 months, 5 months.
Okay, I'll start it like a year.
Oh, no, what do you mean that Kevin's not here to like motion back us?
A bunch of people started.
He doesn't say that. Yeah, it's.
High school, like.
My feet are still wet.
You guys should learn all about socialist decision making structures and go around them and like just start your own student one. Just like learn how to do it and like present something like here's what you should be doing. Yes.
But the thing is that student government. Yeah. They receive more like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you can set up another student, and that's when it comes back. I already buy this.
That's messed up.
I like to dress my, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's really strong about. So they must be. It's funny, it's depending on.
How long are you gonna be doing out? Good, good.
I wear a blazer.
Yes, I'm gonna have you. So let's hear it. Okay.
Will you hand me one?
Oh, fair.
It's so hard to have it.
Fair.
Actually, I need a message.
I am real.
Well, I was there, I would think more it's not.
I thought it was I thought this year would be my freedom.
It's a beef with sandwich. Yeah.
I texted my cooperating teacher, like my school teacher, and I said, I'm not teaching. Bill Nye.
One, two, three, four,
Should we get through these?
5, 6, 7,
Better than C-SPAN.
The student senate is back in session. The student senate is back in session.
Check this.
Hope I have a.
Like a light.
Sorry.
Yes, we're the student senate. Okay. Since there's no items under unfinished business, now we're on to new business. And for the first thing under new business is a motion, letter of support for student court to hold a special election. Is there a proponent speak of the audience?
Oh, he's not in here yet.
Can we move this down one? Let's just try to get through the resolutions as fast as possible.
I motion to reconsider the agenda to switch points A and B, their order.
The order. Seconded by Senator, right now. And then. Is there any discussion? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to the period of voting. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion is adopted.
Now.
No, B has become A will become B, so we're just moving that one down once.
Our first item of business is SR 24-25-028, resolution to demand the University of Nebraska Alumni divestment from companies complicit in the Israel occupation of Palestine. Is the proponent speech?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First, before we do start, I do need to do a motion. That they requested, basically, and if you come to the resolution. Right, sorry to say anything. Yeah, I do apologize, this is my mistake, because I thought endowments was just a Lincoln thing, translation of tuition. But basically, in the, which were, we're students. Yeah, okay, we're students at UNO, like, let me see. I'm so sorry, let's go down. Yeah, because it's just my translation of the students at UNO. Oh yeah, there we go. Just trying to pause it over now. Oh yeah, okay. You know what? You can just look it up. Basically, they're saying that endowments are not the same as tuition and fees, and I believe they want to change tuition and fees to say endowments instead. Yeah, have to right to ensure their endowments. Have the right to ensure their university systems endowments are not invested together. So I believe that's the can you search up tuition?
Point of order, we cannot motion to change this until after the proponent speech because that's during our period.
Yeah, thank you. No, but basically, this resolution has been a very dedicated love for many campuses, and there's very much effort to make their wishes heard and to their dollars that they invest into our lovely and used system not to be used and by a government that continuously innocently kills millions and or thousands and millions of citizens just because of what they were born in without justification, and that those weapons have been funded by at least our dollars, and that the EU system does not invest more into this very meaningless persecution and genocide that Israel is conducting to our lovely brothers in Palestine. And of course, I could go pivot by pivot to read the resolution. In the end, we are asking the EU system to divest their their investment of $9 million from things that invest into the Israeli government and to the funds of war effort. And in the end, it's all about requesting, of course, if you go to the end of the resolution to go there for the resolve. It's just to basically to send digital copies, of course, to this to Jeffrey Gold, president of the AU system, our Chancellor Lee, Carrie Pettit, the Dean of Students, Vice Chancellor, also the Vice Chancellor of Business and Finance, Carol Kirchner, forgive me my English,
Of course, the current region is on the Alumni, all members of the Board of Regents, and student regents that will be elected for this next academic year for UNL, UNMC, UNI, and UNK, and also to be shared with the Turanio, the Chief of Investment Officer of the NU system, and also members of the investment committee, policy committee. And also, of course, to have the next student regent to from all campuses to advocate for divestment from Israeli companies or anything related to Israel when it comes to this war effort. And sorry if I do say something strong, something wrong. So yes, that's basically the essence of this resolution, and we will, and hopefully now we can make a motion for that change in the resolution, but yes. Yes.
What was your motion again? Sorry.
Yeah, no, and yeah, we'll go to the question and then we can go to the motion, exactly, I'm so sorry, that's my fault.
There any questions?
Sorry, I got a note, sorry, I'm waiting until we move to the next one, my bad. Yay.
Yeah,
One grade, so.
Now we're on to a period of discussion on the resolution. Senator Hirschman Harding.
The first thing I'd like to do is I would like the motion to change that verbiage in that whereas from tuition and fees to
And they want to say
endowments. So in the whereas clause, I'd like to change tuition and fees to endowments so that it is more reflective of the correct verbiage. Endowments, I should say, there's more than one.
Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Senator Alvin Palacios. Now we're on to a period of discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion? If there's no period of discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion has been adopted.
The microphone, because I just realized I'm on hold on.
I would like to start by saying again, thank you to any of the students who came to speak. It is always really important to hear what our constituents have to say. I just want to share some of the positioning that I have on this, especially as a Jewish student who believes strongly in justice and freedom for Palestine and for all people. My Judaism has taught me above anything else that in order for us as Jewish people to be safe, we have to, sorry, my words are not happening today. We have to assure that everybody is safe in the spaces that they are, regardless of who they are, regardless of who the majority is, regardless of why that prosecution is occurring. The last year has been incredibly difficult for me as a Jewish person, not just because of the suffering of some of my companions, but more so because of the suffering that we have caused Palestinian people. It is shocking and abhorrent to me that the university that is built on education and support for community and seeking out justice, especially UNO's campus, which is more diverse than some of our sister schools, which is not a fault of our sister schools, but just a testament to who UNO is and who the Omaha community is. It is horrific to me how much I have learned that we are financially connected to the pain and the suffering of other people, especially because to me, these investments do not make sense for who we are as a university. It does not feel necessary that we be complicit in what is occurring, and I strongly believe that these divestments are essential not only to a clear conscience as a university, but as a way to protect not only the Muslim and Palestinian people on our campus, but the Jewish people on our campus. Because if we allow our university to prosecute and harm Palestinians in this moment, we are opening ourselves up to allowing other people to prosecute and harm ourselves in the future. We cannot be safe until we have assured that we are safe and that we are equitable for all people. So I assume that most of us are on similar pages with this, just knowing you all here, but I would strongly urge you as a Nebraskan, as a native Omahan, and as a Jewish individual to support this so that we can divest from things that are harming our image, our conscience, and most importantly, the people of Palestine. Who wants it?
Senator Galton Palacios.
To change, Happy Pettit's last name, it's spelled wrong.
Point for a second. Oh. The point of order, Meister.
That can just be corrected.
Is there any further discussion? I'll do the correction soon. Senator El Roxy.
Okay, this will be really quick, because there's already things that have been said. Everything has been said today, if anything, and actually many days before today. And this is mainly for administration and maybe people who don't feel as strongly about this issue, but as impossible as it may feel, especially with divestment and like we are all complicit just from our electronics to the jobs that we have, the stakeholders that are the big stakeholders that are employers, things like that. Like we are all complicit. But as impossible as it might feel to divest, admin can be the first to do these things. Like you guys can be the, I guess you could say like revolution, like it's okay. And you will have the backing from students, you will have the backing from many big organizations. And like, it's okay to, like conflict only leads to solution. Let me rephrase. Conflict is necessary for a solution. You guys know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, thank you.
I can't agree more with what you just said. I really, everyone internalized that message, spread that message. But I would hope we're all on the same page with this, but in case, I would like to reiterate that a vote for this resolution is a stand against genocide and the continued loss of innocent lives. So please, everyone, understand that though it may seem trivial to just vote, this does hold a lot of weight, and this is a very important resolution.
Senator Meister.
Yeah. I just wanted to echo many of the sentiments shared and just share my own experiences with my comments earlier about having those cycles of violence. In my own life, I've had the unfortunate forward having the whole hand of someone dying to violence. Many a time in my profession, and anything we can do to interrupt that cycle to create a future for ourselves, for our children, the future generations, where the fear of violence in any form is not something that they need to experience, regardless of the moment, the hour, the time, the situation. We can interrupt that pattern, create a situation where we can stand up to another senator, be revolutionary, and begin to interrupt those intergenerational patterns that have marred humanity for as long as history will go. And so I'm hopeful that we can use this as just one more example of how we can be disruptors, be agitators, be interrupters, be revolutionary. We do those things.
Regent Anida.
Just given the sensitive nature of this topic and the, I guess, like, eye that the federal government has been placing on topics like this and resolutions like this, I think it's in our best interest to have a senator motion to pass this through secret ballot. I don't want you all getting doxxed for your personal opinions, and I don't want that to deter anyone from voting the way they.
Senator Hirsch-Harding.
I just want to open it up for discussion, so I am gonna motion to have this be secret ballot, just so that we can have a discussion on it. While I believe strongly in what I'm saying here, I also, because of the spaces that I'm in, have experienced the conflict that it can cause to be vocal about this issue, and I wouldn't want this to cause problems for people who are in more sensitive positions of employment, especially with current higher administration. So I am gonna make that motion just so we can have that discussion.
Is there a second? Senator Piper. Now we're on to a period discussion to do a secret ballot on the resolution. Is there any discussion? Member Hirschman Harding?
I'd like to emphasize that I don't think that a decision to do this would come out of a place of cowardice. I think it's just more being cognizant of the reality of the position that we're in currently. I think the fact that we could, as a body pass this, would still be showing the bravery and the belief that we have without putting anyone in specific jeopardy because of the voting system.
Senator Calderon Palacios?
I agree with Senator. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher your name, so I'm just gonna say Senator. Yeah, that, just because especially with a lot that's been happening in our political climate, especially with the students with visas and all that, so really do appreciate that sentiment.
Is there any further discussion on the secret ballot on the resolution? If there's no further discussion, a secret ballot requires a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, 15, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. In the opinion of the chair, the motion has been adopted. Is there any further discussion before we do a secret ballot?
Can I get a pencil or a pen?
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pass them along. Oh, very.
Anyone need one?
If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of secret ballots. I will be passing around a piece of paper. You guys can feel free to go around the room, and I will also place the basket right in the center. So,
I'm not giving.
oh, you're moving around. Okay, sounds good.
You are allowed to disperse though for this, like we can move around the room because that's secret ballot.
And then also write Y for yes and for no.
What do you mean why?
The letter.
Why didn't you do that?
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Everyone be ready. Good practice for next time.
Yeah.
That's a whole chunk of onion. Man.
Wait, yeah.
I get so grossed out by this already.
I mean, when you're about to spell it. So then next year, like, hey, I'm here, action.
You ever did?
I don't remember. You know, I probably will make it through that. I do work. And I recognize that it's still gonna be an attendance point. But what are they gonna do? It's the last thing they're not gonna do. They're gonna get rid of me right before gala. I don't think so. I'm the emergency contact for the venue.
Place, that's a big problem. Do I have that on this? Like I'll have to. I always let that before this.
Okay. What about?
I only come to table about plans.
But then if they receive, never mind, everyone on my behalf, or as we still get these ballot.
Picture.
Please go.
Okay. The student senate has voted and the resolution passes.
You split the vote, you just don't tell us how, you just don't do it. Oh, you can still vote. Yeah, and you know what, period. I gotta figure it out today.
Unanimous ballot. Our next item of new business is the motion, letter of support for student court to hold a special election. Is there a proponent speech from the student body or from the student senate?
Yeah, I can read off the letter I wrote.
Can we put it up on the screen if that's okay?
Yeah, let me email it RQ.
Real quick.
Sorry, it's just long. Oh, just call me Ashley. Sorry, that's my first name. My birth, yeah. Yeah. My middle name is Ellie.
Yeah, the letter. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Brian, for a second, I thought you were logged in and you were locked out of your file.
Doesn't have to be here anymore.
I just didn't share it again. Check it out.
It looks extra, please.
Okay, so I'm just gonna like read off the letter of the, I guess, proposed support letter. So, the opponent may concern those being concerned the court, on behalf of the student senate of the University of Nebraska, Alumni. We write to formally express our conditional support for the holding of a special election pending the determination and approval of the judicial branch of student government or the appropriate campus leadership body. The student senate believes in upholding the democratic process of our campus governance and recognizes the importance of ensuring that student representation is fair, transparent, and in alignment with our bylaws. Should the court find a proposed special election to be constitutionally valid and procedurally appropriate, the Senate stands ready to support its execution in collaboration with the Election Commission, Office of Student Life, and the Development Body. Oh, well. We acknowledge that such an election would require careful planning and communication, and we commit to advocating for proper outreach to the student body, equitable candidate access, and logistical integrity. This support is contingent on the judicial decision and will be updated accordingly based on the court's ruling. We believe that through this process, we can continue to foster a campus environment where student voices are heard and institutional trust is maintained. Yeah, that was the letter stuff.
Now we're on to period questioning.
Election.
Is there any questions?
Senator Keller and Pelisi.
Letter, please, Kevin.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
No, you're so good.
So it says special election, will it have to follow under the rules of a normal election, or? I guess that's just like that.
I guess whatever student court and the election commission come to what is appropriate for the proper procedures.
Is there any further questioning? Oh.
Is there like a deadline for it? Or like it can last how long?
I guess this is mostly just like telling them that, telling the court that whenever they meet and depending on whatever they decide, we will support whatever decision they deem as.
Is there any further questioning?
Wait, that motion right now, something.
No.
So question is.
Okay.
Oh, point of information, if anybody has any, is there something proposed in the bylaws about a special election, about specific rules that it has to follow?
Senator Ringo.
Just to give you that information, it is in the policy index on section 1121.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Fine, girl.
It's okay.
I'm really sorry, I'm like happy.
Excuse me.
The first year.
Oh, there we go. Hello, guys. If I remember right, it's in section, 11.1 of the policy index. Hold on, for elections. So it says, in special elections, it says a special election for one or more positions due to an issue with the elections may be held contingent for at least one of the following: 2/3 majority vote of the student senate, or invalidation of secretary of the state of Nebraska. The student senate will determine the length of the election, so we do have that right. Members of the election commission will be responsible to administer any special election, and then special elections will follow the same rules as usual election, unless otherwise specified. That.
And we all.
Is there any further questioning?
Read it.
No further questioning, then we're on to third discussion.
Senator Meister.
I'd just like to note that regardless of the mechanism of voting, or further discussion that's provided, I'll be staying from this resolution due to conflict of interest. I helped to write the student court internal operating procedures and oftentimes serve in a like special advising role for some of their decisions and recommendations as a content expert, so I don't want to be biased in one way. I'll also probably have to conflict out due to conversations that I've had with both tickets relating to questions that have come up related to the bylaws and the policy index, so I'll be conflicted out.
Senator Christian Hardy.
I'm going to motion to,
I'm gonna motion to vote by secret ballot, just to try and keep things as courteous between each other as possible by the end of this.
Is there a second? Senator Piper. Now we're on to peer discussion to do secret ballot. Is there any discussion?
I agree.
Senator Booker.
I would just, it's very important to kind of do that, just because there's obviously a lot of emotions, with the elections that happened, and the outcome, so I definitely think it's probably within our best students, so.
Senator Richard Hardy.
Just to add to that, the next executive ticket is in this room, regardless of what occurs. So I would like to make sure that if there's also people continuing to be in Senate or continuing to have those roles, that we're not starting with hard feelings towards each other. It's not my problem next year, but I think that it'll set you up for success better if, regardless of how strongly you feel for something, that you'd be keeping that in a more professional private matter, just so that regardless of who ends up being your executive team next year, you can have as start afresh as possible.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? If there's no further discussion, the secret ballot requires a 2/3 majority vote from the body. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Secret ballot, secret ballot.
12, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. 2 abstains. Okay, and then in the chair, the motion is adopted. Now, is there any further discussion, Senator Hardy?
Second, sorry.
Wait.
Sorry, I wrote things down, organized it, because I'm real sleepy and I don't know what I'm saying anymore. First and foremost, I think that this has been a mess and a half. Frank, by no fault of anyone, I just think that that sometimes happens, but something has clearly gone wrong that should not have. However, I am definitely not qualified to be the person to identify the exact catastrophe that's occurred. That being said, I think that we need to figure out a solution for this, and that specifically student court needs to figure out a solution for this. I'm not sure that with everything that has transpired, it makes sense to hold a special election. Not because I agree with the ruling as it stands, but because of the climate that's been created around both of the parties. I'm worried that truly the most free, fair, and equal election that could exist is the one that has already occurred, because we've now had so much time to talk about people in a way that was maybe not geared towards an election because it had already concluded. What I think should occur if wrongdoing is found by the court is that we need to reinstate both parties and release the original votes. Frankly, technically, the torch has not even been fully disqualified because of the pause in the appeal in the ruling, because we've sent it to court. So I believe that we, and more importantly, the student body, have a right to see what those original results were. And frankly, in order to ensure the success of the future executive ticket, we need to stop continuing the competitive nature and instead honor the votes that the widespread student body has already cast. I really get along and respect with both of the tickets. I consider myself to have become friends with all 6 individuals. I do not agree with what has occurred within the election and within the election commission, but I believe that our most successful path would be to urge for the full reinstatement of the torch and the revelation of the results. That way, we know what the student body originally wanted before there was miscommunication, and frankly, for a better word for it, drama. I want to see what they thought, and then we can begin to support the winning ticket, whomever that might be. If we are able to do that, I think it's going to ensure your success better next year, and frankly, whomever wins deserves the peace and support that we can afford them. Regardless of who I voted for, something seems to have gone wrong, but I worry that a special election may not right that wrong because of the time and the tension that we've had since that. I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, but frankly, I just kind of want to see the original results and allow that winner to win. Like, I think that because of some of the rhetoric that other people, not even involved on these tickets, has now spread about other people, I think that it doesn't make sense to hold another election because we're now working on statements that are not relevant to the candidacy and the qualifications of these candidates. I have heard from other people, mostly, I would like to say my constituents are frustrated that this has occurred within the election commission. I would like to emphasize that they are horrified that somebody has been disqualified in the nature there were. That's not my place necessarily to comment on, but I have heard people privately, publicly state things now about the candidates that I think is frankly unbecoming of any adults, but especially people within the spaces that we're in. And I don't think any 6 of you deserve it. I think that all 6 of you are qualified, you are compassionate, you care about the student body, and frankly, the way that people have spoken about you is horrific. So I think that probably the most fair election that we could have had is before other people who are not related to this election decided to be disrespectful to y'all. So I think that the best thing that we can urge or express toward the student court, or that we can hope for, is that everyone be, if there is a misruling found by the student court, that you be reinstated and we see what the original results were, because I frankly don't know that at this point a special election would actually show us the most free and fair results because of the way that people have treated all 6 of you. That's where I stand on it. I just want to put that out there. I am again be willing to hear and be convinced otherwise, but because of what I've heard today, I think that we need to urge that something be done to right this wrong if wrongdoing is found. That is, of course, the most important contingent here, but I don't know that, in my opinion, a special election necessarily is going to get us where we want to be, but I would rather instead see what the original results were.
Senator Calaton Palacios.
I would agree that,
I don't hear you.
Okay, I would agree.
You're gonna like yell in the door.
I would agree that, I would think a special election would be a good choice in this matter. I think we should leave it to the student court and election commission to deal with this matter, just because they understand on how, the documents work. And also, student court date has not been filed yet, so I feel like we're kind of jumping ahead of ourselves with doing this. So I just think we should let student court see if an injustice has been done, and then kind of see where they go from that.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Hurdy.
Can everyone hear me if I'm just being loud? Like, is it gonna be audible in the microphone too, like, or steps? I just don't wanna have to keep, okay, we got it, never mind. What happened, or why is she off? Nobody to Zoom? Girl, then I'm just speaking loudly.
Okay, all right. I would like to emphasize that I'm not even necessarily saying that I disagree with the idea that we put out a statement saying that many of our constituents are concerned with it, because I think that it is, again, within our position to say, like, I have heard a lot of constituents who are really concerned about this and who would like student court to be urged to really consider this deeply and to look at it. So I'm not even saying that maybe it's out of the realm of possibilities or things that we should do to put forth some kind of letter that's just saying like, hey, these are some of the concerns we've heard. We would just like to emphasize that, like, regardless of the outcome, we want you to be considerate of it. We want time to be taken, yada, yada. I just think that if we're putting forth this letter, I would rather urge them that if they find wrongdoing, that we should reinstate the original votes. So if anything, I'm more so thinking, and I'll hold off on motioning until other people have spoken. I'm thinking just editing the letter so that instead of having it be a special election, we're just saying that we would like them to be reinstated and to see the original votes. Because I don't think that it's I don't think it is outside of our realm of responsibility to say, hey, if you find something that's wrong, like, this is what our students have been thinking, this is what we think as the voice of the student body. I just think that it would maybe be more logical, because of what's transpired, to, instead of requesting a special election, should they find wrongdoing, that we are expressing conditional support for reinstatement of the ticket and release of the original results. But what do y'all think?
Senator Benitez.
I agree. I feel that might be a better recourse for this compared to holding another election that may find more issues, more grievances. I feel that just releasing the original tallies and I guess kind of letting us see exactly how all the transpired and what the tallies were might be a recourse, and I feel like it might be a more legitimacy to whoever did win. I feel like it'll kind of, reinforce that, this party did win all these votes. They, won the election, so they should, be entitled to be leaders.
Senator Hurdy.
I am then going to officially motion that this be updated to, instead of being conditional support for a special election, it is conditional support for reinstatement and the release of original results. I also want to just further justify that by saying that the reason that I worry about not commenting on it, because of course it feels like the more logical recourse then would be shut up and they do what they do. The reason I would support specifically releasing those results is because if they rule that you have a special election, what I'm more concerned about is, one, frankly, I'm just worried that if they decide that you're gonna have a special election, it's gonna open you guys up to a lot of disrespect that I don't think that you are entitled to. I am more concerned that if they were to, and obviously it's their right, they get to choose what they choose, their student court, that is their job. But in suggesting instead just the reinstatement and the release, then you can say it's legitimate, there was no tampering, whatever. I worry that if they should decide special election because that's what they have heard, or because yada yada, without having input from the students that we've heard or input from us, that it is going to open us up to an even messier round of elections. I think it's gonna open us up to it requires more labor because it is a special election, and I think that it opens you guys up to unfair treatment in a way and on a scale that's going to be much more pointed than last time. That is what I'm more concerned about, is that if a special election were to be held because that's without any input what they thought might work best, that it is simply going to open you guys up to a level of disrespect that is just not fair, because people feel strongly about this, which they should. But sometimes, as has been mentioned, when we feel strongly about things, we behave in a way that is unbecoming of what we would normally do. So I know that it might seem like the logical option, if we're not veering towards special election, would just be to say nothing. But I think by putting through a letter of support that we just want if, again, conditionally, they find wrongdoing, that we want reinstatement and the original results, it's just gonna make it more respectful for the people who are involved, and it will help legitimize, why can I not say that word? It'll help legitimize, there we go, whomever did have those votes, so that nobody can say, oh, well, it was the results of a special election because of X, Y, Z. It's just gonna be like, this is what people wanted, period. Leave them alone, let them be in charge. So I think that it does make sense to just put through that word of support for reinstatement, because it's going to keep us from allowing people to continue to spew rhetoric about the people we know and care about and know that are capable of doing this job.
Just to be clear, was that a motion?
Yep.
Yes. Is there a second to strike additional support for the holding of a special election and then insert the statement of original results?
Still be conditional support, but conditional support for the reinstatement of the ticket and release of original votes. So it's still changing what we're supporting. Yes, and then we'd have to strike, we would just have to edit the letter as such. Essentially, we would just need to edit the letter to reflect that we are trying to have them reinstate. Release the votes.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I took a photo.
Here.
A second.
Senator Wong? Is there, you're now on to your discussion. Senator Meister?
Point of information, for as much or as little as it's worth. You conscious that this is a structurally questionable recommendation we're making.
Yeah.
If you read the bylaws, part 6 in the judicial branch, their responsibility is to have an impartial judicial body to promote accountability, fairness, and trust. And student court has explicitly granted that oversight jurisprudence. What that means is they are the sole interpreter of bylaws and any other documents containing policies, rules, or procedures related to the function of SGA or any group under the supervision of SGA. Furthermore, in subsequent, in a later period, it describes that their sole role, the sole responsibility for the solving of conflicts arising from the rules of SGA or groups under SGA is to be left to the student court. It is very reasonable that somebody could submit a court case and invalidate this vote. We are the Senate, but we are not above the bylaws unless we're amending them. And so I would just be very conscious of that as we're making this vote. I understand there's a lot of push to do this, but we do have the judicial branch for a reason. And they have not ruled yet. I think it is very fair for us to make a requirement that the vote count be made public, but to influence the decision they make in terms of how they decide the date of the appeal is leading to a unitary legislative situation where we are overriding the judicial. And it is something for us to be conscious of as a group if we do decide to do that. There's nothing stopping you from doing it. You can do it. I would just be very conscious of the precedent that sets in terms of structurally how student government functions, but also how this could potentially be weaponized if we set it as a precedent to make there be less faith in the judicial process to seek appeals. There are a lot of really complicated things going on right now. There are a lot of really complicated feelings relating to the appeal itself. I have a lot of really complicated feelings relating to the grievance that was filed and the validity that even I think it has. I don't think it's my place to be the decider on that. I was not appointed to be the court justice. I'm a senator. And that is the reason that I'm saying what I'm saying. I was originally going to not speak. But I do think that before we make this decision, everyone should be informed with that knowledge and make the best decision that you can based on what you have. I will not tell you there is a right or a wrong way to vote. I would be conscious that our vote in this capacity, if it is illegal, could be invalidated.
Request for information.
Yes.
Is it possible that if we were to create this, that part of the condition of them ever seeing this is that they would only ever see it if there is a ruling of wrongdoing and before they decide what to do about the ruling of like wrongdoing? Is that like a
Can you say
conditional?
that in another way, if I may? Sorry, my brain's at
So like,
51.
can we make it so that this letter will never be seen by student court unless they have found that there was some kind of wrongdoing, so that they can't be influenced by it unless they've already decided something's not right, what are we gonna do about it? And then they can see what our suggestion was? Is that a possibility, so that it's not submitted as evidence that they're seeing before the ruling? Cause I do think that that sets a bad precedence of assumption of wrongdoing. But is it possible that this just be saved so that if they have gotten to the point, it's like, hey, don't open this unless you have potentially decided that something wrong has happened and you're trying to figure out what to do about it, then that's when they see it?
So the big question is whether or not we're compelling, right?
Okay,
If we're compelling them to do something, we are violating the separation of powers.
agreed.
And so if we are recommending that they consider something, which is not meeting the measure that I think in some ways, like students are advocating for, acknowledging that as well. Those two things can be true at the same time, right? We are in a position where structurally we've created documents and bylaws that say we have judicial independence. If we violate judicial independence, the judicial can say, basically, you don't have the power to do that. Because we don't have the sufficient means set up, the preemptive recommendation to change the bylaws, the opportunities for students to come here and agree or agree with it, and then the change in the bylaws that would be necessary for us to compel student court to do certain things. And so while in principle, I openly for myself, I agree with making sure that vote count is public. I believe that it's important that we have open and transparent elections that are decided by the voters. I, as the senator, do not believe, having written a lot of these documents, that when we wrote them, that we were empowered to overpower the judiciary. However, they could interpret it differently, and they could say that that's completely fine if we're compelling. If we're not compelling and we're saying, we'd like to submit this as a supplemental piece of information for you to consider. We, as the student body, representing the student body, believe that this is such a significant, momentous event that the integrity of democracy for student government would be infringed by us not allowing the votes to be public and allowing these two tickets to move forward in whatever fashion occurred. I think that is appropriate scope. I am concerned about the validity of a recommendation from this body to say we're compelling the judiciary to do anything. And so take that as you will.
Okay.
Again, remember, and I'm only gonna be one voice. You all are empowered to make whatever decision, whatever recommendations you want. You are empowered legislative actors. My opinion is only my opinion, so please don't let that stop you from making the decision you believe is best for you. But I would be remiss if I didn't advise on that, having contributed to a lot of these that I think we may be creeping a little bit outside of our scope. We also should have limitations.
But just as a question about conditions, like for this, is it possible if this were to pass to make it a form of letter that cannot be seen by them unless they get to the point where they are deciding on this and have decided that they are?
We could submit sealed supplemental information in the form of.
Okay.
One, that's up to the judicial as to whether they read it. Two, if they were on this meeting, that's already been violated and they've already been influenced. And also where it goes out of our control is this is now a live stream. People could share it with them online. It becomes complicated from a truly maintaining the integrity of the judicial process because they're not turning off social media. Some of them may have tuned into this stream. I have no idea.
Right.
I don't know if any of them were here earlier, but yes, you could. In principle, that would be sufficient. In practice, in reality, I'm not sure if we meet the mark of keeping it completely sealed. because of the public conversation we've had tonight. We weren't in a closed session.
Right.
Sorry, that was a monologue. My apologies.
Senator Lopez Pereira.
We're looking like the same. Oh,
It's not
excuse
on
me.
the-
Oh, it's not?
I don't think so.
Would it be like the same thing if we asked to do a revote? Would that be the same situation?
That would be
Yes.
worse.
Oh.
That would be, yeah, that would be considerably more out of the bounds of what we should be doing.
To the senator's position, right? Historically, a special election would come subsequent to some type of significant invalidation. So say 2 tickets were invalidated and we did not have sufficient cause to believe that we could fill a position, we could call a special election. If we had a majority or a complete absence of senators from a specific college, we have historically called special elections. We might do it at the end of the semester, different things like that. The hard thing is what you're seeing in this document as one cohesive view is an amalgamation of decades of different policies that are all viewed in one space. And the issue with that is that that special election clause may have been from 30 years ago. And the invalidation clause did not exist when I was a student. So when I came back, that was brand new. That didn't exist before. And so that's within the last 5 years. And so there's these complications relating to, like, ideally, we're building these things to all function together, but they are all disparate parts or different disparate sections of a document, and it could create complications. I don't know if that answered your question, but.
For sure.
Okay.
Senator Hirschman Hardy.
It's gonna be actually a motion for later after we've changed this verbiage, because we still have to vote on whether we're changing the verbiage. So I'm just gonna motion that we go into voting for the change into restatement of the ticket and release of the original results.
Now we're on to your period of voting for to make this motion here.
Yeah, changing the words.
Is there, okay, I'm here. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
Just changing the wording. Just changing the wording.
To clarify, it's just a motion to change the wording. That is on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that a? 11, and then all those opposed, please read your placards. All those abstaining, please read your placards. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the motion is read. Senator Hardy.
I motion to add the condition that this letter should be submitted with the request that it be sealed only and only opened if some error is found by the court. I know that that's not foolproof, but I think that that's in our best interest to try and keep that separation so that we're not already assuming that wrongdoing has happened. But I would request that if this passes, it only be submitted with the request that it be a sealed statement or if wrongdoing has been found.
Senator Meister.
Seconded and then discussion comment.
Yes, Senator Meister.
And in addition to that, if you'd be not necessarily willing to amend, but just willing to add, if we could submit it as a friend of the court brief so that it was not considered compelling, but it's more so just something that we're submitting to the court. A friend of the court brief or an amicus curiae is something that we can submit just saying, here is our position as a stakeholder in this process, that this would be our express belief that this should happen, but the court should take that simply as a recommendation and not as a compelling legislative dictate.
That is what I was hoping for my motion. So just to make the verbiage clear, I'm motioning for both that it be submitted as a sealed thing and as a friend of the court. So that's all together. That is what that motion is.
So the motion or the question to the student senate is to make this a sealed case and send it a friendly request.
It would be sent as a friend of the court, which means that it's just being sent as a stakeholder, and it would be sealed so that they will only see this if they have already decided that they have found wrongdoing and are trying to figure out what to do about it.
Right.
So if they decide that they agree with what the court said, they'll never theoretically see this on an official basis.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator Calderon Palacios.
Question and a concern. how can we make sure that they don't open it before? Can we have like someone keep it who's out of the judicial branch or something?
Senator Meister.
The court can receive and should know the process and could be communicated by our cognizant advisor that this is a sealed document and evidence for consideration only in the situation wherein a certain outcome occurs. And so letting them know that should be sufficient from a de jure standpoint. It like, again, we can't say definitively that they won't have already participated in the live stream, but it can't be in the consideration of the evidence burden that they utilize as the court to make their decisions.
Further clarification, it's not the first time documents have been submitted that way for the court. Like I have heard personally of court cases that are as such, and while there is no 100% guarantee, from what I know of court workings, if we requested it that way, they're probably not gonna purposefully look at it before then. You know, that's just our trust in the court system, that if we request it that way, they're going to probably try to follow that to the best of their abilities.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Senator Meister.
Since I spoke during this conversation, please impeach me if I try and speak to the truth.
So now we're on to period voting on the motion. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Director Wynn.
Yield my time to, Ella, directly.
Oh, yes.
I just had a question, if it's possible that instead of sealing it until a wrongdoing's been found, to seal it until a decision's been made, that way you're not saying like, we think there's wrongdoing. Just like whatever decision you make, here's how we can help whatever decision.
Yeah, that's kind of what, to that point, good question, first of all. The only worry is that at that point, if they've already ruled exactly what they're doing, there would have been no point for us to say that we think it makes more sense to reinstate and release the original result rather than special election. That's why the condition is they have to have already gotten to a point that they've decided, again, and we don't know that they will, that they have decided that the court ruling had some kind of incorrect nature to it, so they would only see it at that point. If it were to wait after they've made an official ruling, there would not be a purpose for us to say that we think that this is the more equitable option. So our best shot is we keep it sealed until the condition that we still don't ever know will occur, that they think that wrongdoing has been done. So that is kind of what we're achieving, is just we don't want them to see this until they've already independently said, hey, maybe something's wrong, what are we gonna do about it? And then it's us saying, don't have a special election, please, just do this.
Is there any further discussion before we go to period voting?
And we're just voting on sealing it.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the opinion of the chair, the motion has been adopted. Okay. Now, the question to the student senate is the letter transfer.
Again, point of order, just want to acknowledge that third paragraph would also be changed. We just haven't reflected that yet, just for clarity's purpose and verbiage.
Oh, Senator Calderon Palacios.
That's just a comment. I do agree that students should know the original results. I just don't agree on stepping on the toes of student court, because that is their kind of realm. And since a court date has not been stated or anything, I just don't agree with this.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Benitez.
Point of information, you don't, please, I guess just getting more information, like what exact part are you
not agreeing with, not that you're like wrong or anything, I just wanna like understand, like, since this will only be seen after they have ruled, if they rule that there's no misconduct, then they wouldn't see this. Or after the fact, if they do rule that something is wrong, they would just kind of take this into account. I mean, I just want more information on why you don't agree with it.
I guess kind of like what Dalton was explaining earlier about what the judicial branch does. We're kind of breaching into what they're doing. And that's why we're kind of separate.
Is there any further discussion on the overall letter to the court? Senator Meister?
Since we changed what we're saying, could we just unanimous consent remove paragraph 3? So we don't have to motion and do a whole.
It was part of the original motion, we just haven't reflected it to change it. It's already been updated. I said just changing the whole letter to reflect that. We'll just, if this passes, change that verbiage in a second.
Thank you.
Because it would just, we would remove it too, because that was part of the motion originally.
Draw.
It was part of the motion to fully reflect the change in opinion.
Now, is there any further discussion on the letter to the court? Senator Lopez Varela?
I personally like that if we do end up sending this, that kind of what Senator First Harding, with the whole like it being sealed and then it not being revealed till after the decision's been made for student court.
Senator Pickford?
I would personally like to make a motion to do another secret ballot for this one.
We already did.
You guys already did?
Yeah, we already voted on it and everything. It passed.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Thank you though.
No, you're good. Okay, perfect. Great, thanks.
No, she's right. And she said, do it again. It's back.
Is there any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, a secret ballot will be conducted.
Oh my God. Okay, Y, N, or A?
The appearance that I'm voting one way or another.
Don't worry, bro.
Step.
We didn't doubt you.
Is this all serious?
It's like double
Thank
punch.
you.
No, no, just sit back here, so.
Like 30 pages. I was supposed to be tools.
I just, no, it's because I forgot.
So this is, if we get our appeal granted, we go to student court.
You can name drop me if I'm saying
Court
something.
finds what I'm doing is the election commission's, whatever you call it, like, decision. Yeah, then they will get this. And I don't know if this is binding that they have to follow this, but this is the first follow this.
Okay.
From my understanding.
Like this right now.
Which is kind of the same that we just went. in.
Has everyone submitted
They
their
don't-
vote?
The student court don't even gotta listen.
Perfect.
Like,
No, I want.
you gotta get back to your doing. Where'd it go?
They went to vote on their. Guess what? I'm so sociology.
I signed them up first.
I just did it during this. I hadn't started it.
Yeah, no, put that on. Study environment.
What?
You say young news.
So usually.
So, you wanna leave it though?
You get the option.
It's like sensitive, you get that. Now, we're on that land.
I'm leaving right now. Because my bedtime was over and everything.
I guess nothing you can do here.
Like, can I get?
Not like that, like nothing's gonna be held against you like next year. Hey,
That's all. Y'all not even wrong, y'all don't do now.
Wait, did you?
I'm saying like you can do whatever you want, since you're not like returning at least next year.
Yeah, like last year was a.
Because of. scheduling error.
Then I got
It's like everything was about to flow on us, so usually.
Let's open at 11.
Dude, she give me a word on these, right? She told me how.
No, bro.
Right. That is, not ever do that again.
Do I need to release the numbers?
No.
No, oh, okay. So, in the opinion of the chair, the letter to the court has passed.
Hey, guys. This morning.
Our next item of business is SR 24-25-29. ACLU Freedom for Freedom.
Evan, will you remind them about gala during recording? Thank you.
Yeah.
So giving picnic spring vibes, right? Yes. Spring vibes, please go. I'm on that catering.
So what color are gonna back?
Maybe a green, maybe a white, maybe.
Used to be, so I can deal with.
Colored,
Most,
white.
I'm used to fasting, right? So it's like, oh, wait, then I can wait until it's time for me. I need the opinion of something.
Senator Lopez Reyna will be delivering the proponent speech.
How big that?
The resolution from the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union, is made to protect and support for students, faculty, and staff who are under attack by the Trump administration for exercising their rights to freedom of expression. We have been seeing these issues throughout many universities. Right now, the Trump administration is pushing to report non-US citizens for their political views. This will result in cracking down on students, faculty, and staff for speaking their minds about issues impacting people of color, religious minorities, LGBTQ+, and immigrant communities. Other universities. You're good. Do you guys want me to restart?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. No, you're good, you're good. Thank you. Okay. Other universities, student government organizations across the country has passed this same resolution made from ACLU. This resolution follows by the toolkit provided from the organization. It was like more the toolkit is kind of more of an outline of like what this resolution is. But this helps ensure ways us as a university can stand together with other universities across the country. From the toolkit mentions, this resolution calls on the school to establish a firewall for freedom. Establishing a firewall means that schools will not voluntarily share their resources, including their staff time or the data they collected on students and faculty with the federal law, and enforcement who are seeking to violate our rights or target members of our school community based on their exercise human rights. This resolution directly impacts the student body. It ensures that no student, whether they are an immigrant, part of the LGBTQ+ community, a person of color, or simply someone who chooses to protest, has a fear that the university will hand over their information or collaborate with law enforcement. This resolution will strengthen our trust towards institution and protect academic freedom, which we all came here for. My purpose for this resolution is to ensure that every student feels safe to speak their mind on important issues, which we should be doing more of. In my appointment speech, if you guys remember, I talked about the theme hope. We have to have hope because that will be the only way we can stick through this hard administration. We have to stand together, and passing this resolution is a step closer towards creating action. I will be and have been in contact with ACLU organization and will be receiving support through them as well if and once this gets passed. I will also be connected towards other universities who have also passed this resolution as well. And then, do you guys have any questions?
It's not a question, it's a statement, but I would like to say it's a wonderful resolution.
Thank you.
Writing it and bringing it home.
I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I couldn't done it without the organization, ACLU. Really, they actually, what's it called? They actually provided like, it's under like the, what's it called, the email that Kevin sent out. And it's basically like this whole like format of the resolution was given from the organization, following by other resources about our rights as a student, what we can do as a with different minorities as well. So yeah, I'm really excited. And also, I'm very proud that this is also my first resolution. So yeah, thank you, thank you. You guys have any questions? Okay.
Now we're on to a period of discussion on the resolution. The chair will also like to remind the student senate that it is 11:16 p.m. and we do have multiple resolutions on the agenda today. So just be really mindful of our times because some members of the body are leaving soon. Yeah. Now we're on to a period of discussion on the resolution. Senator Calapan Palacios.
Just two things, one quick thing, good job, Brandon. Really appreciate this resolution, and especially as a child of immigrants, two things. And then my other thing, it says calls on the UNO's president. I'm just a little confused. Are you talking about Chancellor Lee or Dr. Gold as in the University of Nebraska System president?
That's something I'm kind of wanting to,
Yeah, it was on it straight.
Oh. Okay, that's something that I'm trying to see with the, what's it called, that, the organization that I'm, with the organization. But I think honestly, I feel like it would be, honestly, I feel like both, both of them should be aware of this, if that makes sense.
So would you mind if we motion to change it to the UNO chancellor and then her name and then the University of Nebraska System president?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Gold?
Yeah, for sure, thank you, yeah.
Okay, can I make that motion?
Yeah.
Where did you find that?
Or the therefore be it finally resolved, the student body of the University of Nebraska Omaha calls on the UNO's president.
Oh, I see. Great. Okay, what do you want to change it to then?
To the UNO's chancellor and then her name. And then, and the University of Nebraska System President Jeffrey Gold. Joanne Lee.
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Ringel. Now we're on to a period of discussion. If there's no period of discussion, the chair.
I know, if you scroll down, there's, I forgot to, oh, right there, on the student body of, above the, therefore, the resolution, I forgot to put our university, right there. Thank you.
So.
Senator Valdez.
And our motions put UNO. I think that can just happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just let me do that. I'm just gonna say also in that top paragraph, it also has the University of Nebraska Omaha president. So you'd also have to change that.
Senator Meister.
Motion to reconcile all minor grammatical changes that are needed all at one time, please.
Wait, we still haven't voted on the other motion. Yeah. We need to vote on the previous motion before we do that.
Withdraw.
Now we're on to a period of discussion. Is there any
Wait,
discussion? Oh, we're going through, okay. The chair is seeking unanimous consent from the Senate. Is there any dissent? Okay.
Brian, get out.
I don't know about this. Yeah. I don't know if this happened.
Is there any additional discussion on the resolution? If there's no further discussion, now we're on to a period of voting. All those in favor, please read the records. Seven, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards.
President. Forgot president, where it says university, assistant president. Sorry.
And then in third, the resolution passes. Ambassador LSU.
Is Jeffrey spelled wrong? It's no E after the F.
Point of order. If there are minor grammatical misspelling, the chair can just correct them. We can move on from the resolution.
Right? It's the E before the R. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so the resolution, in the opinion of the chair, the resolution passes.
I think Nebraska University System president. That's enough glaze. I wish I got a photo. Okay.
I guess your line of personal privilege. I understand it's gonna be super late. Please not leave. I think we're at the fair and on the forum.
Oh.
So everybody does.
I motion a block vote on all of the subsequent resolutions.
Is there a seconded? Seconded by Jimenez Avalos.
Six. I know I have to do that too, but they're really like one resolution that I.
Is there a clear discussion on the block motion?
And then also point of.
Block voting.
Don't speak unless you have something really important to say. Right.
Thank you.
Is there a clear discussion on the block voting of all the resolutions? Okay, the chair is seeking unanimous consent to do block voting of all resolutions. Is there any dissent? Alright, the motion has been adopted. Just to go on a fast discussion about the resolution that I proposed to the student senate, it's just like really just acknowledging all of the mental health resources on campus, CAPS. Johnny, Carlos, and Anthony created the student wellness guide that has been quite beneficial for students, and as well as acknowledging the JED Foundation collaboration with the university, which has been quite amazing for the students to be able to provide all of these and just like trying to improve like their well-being. So this resolution just discusses about just praising these departments and organizations in the university. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Is there any discussion? Senator Alrosky.
Great job. I really appreciate you making this to recognize mental health. Moving on.
Okay, we can do voting afterwards. Okay.
The other one is you too, right?
What?
The other one is you as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one? Thanks.
Oh, okay. So while being part of student government executive team, I noticed that some resolutions are not being carried out. And I noticed that this term, while being vice president, some senators were just asking about more, like what's happening after resolutions have been submitted. So I feel like just like providing the policies that are mentioned in this resolution will be able to hold the student body representatives accountable and be able to really describe and discuss about what to do with resolutions. So with all resolutions that, if this resolution does pass, the author, with the help of the vice president as well as the regent, is able to carry out the resolution and be able to form student government association as well as the UNO community. I can definitely show you this policy too. Is there any questioning? Is there any discussion? Let's go to the next resolution.
Okay, so this one is pretty self-explanatory. As you guys all know, we recently went through an audit and because of that, we have to create a purchasing plan. After figuring out how next year's student government could transition into understanding and knowing about the purchasing plan, I realized that there was actually no purchasing plan within our policy. So I essentially just added the interim purchasing plan in the policy index. In our financial policy section to just like make sure that there is adequate transition, understanding that it will be amended in June and advocating for collaboration with agency directors and director of finance to make it applicable next year's time. That's it. Questions? Okay.
Now we're on to peer discussion on the resolution. Is there any discussion? Awesome. Let's go to the next resolution.
Okay, so this one is another thing that I worked on throughout my tenure is figuring out what to do with our reserves. So right now we have an excess surplus of reserves and I created a proposal that essentially allocated supplemental funding to our next, I think 5 years worth of budgets, but then also funding an additional lawyer for student legal services. So in my proposal to the chancellor, I mentioned that we would be funding student legal services from this year's reserve allocation. So that is, yeah, so we're gonna allocate $85,361 out of our reserves to fund student legal services and add on that additional lawyer. Right now, our current lawyer is at capacity and is unable to take more cases, but is also unable to help people with family law cases, which is a critical need right now for him. And so adding on that second lawyer would not only benefit him, but it would give us an opportunity to truly provide services for students with our large amount of reserves funding. This has been approved by Student Life and Wellbeing Administration and the chancellor also, I think, is contingently approving it based on if a referendum passed, which I think it did. So if this were to get passed, Jacob would start the hiring, or I don't want to start the hiring process to hire a second lawyer, which would ideally start on July 1st, which is the fiscal year of our budget transition. Any questions? I know it's like a lot of information. Yeah, Ellie?
So I sent Kevin 2 suggestions about this resolution early on. So my first suggestion is where the whereas clauses where it state the cases increase, I believe it should be an appendix and that would be appendix A instead of the other appendix being appendix A, so there would be an appendix A and B. And then the policy where it allows us to use a reserve, it should be included in the resolution as well. I don't know if that would be like the safeguard resolution, the safeguard policy, or that would be like the old policy that we've been using?
What?
I sent it to you in an email, Kevin, a little bit ago, Sunday, April 20th.
It's
Point of information.
Yeah, the girlies.
It would have to be safeguards. The old policies don't matter. They're invalidated once the new ones come in.
Okay, thank you. I sent it to you in your UNO SGA. 420 is when I sent it. Are there any other questions? Other than the application?
Okay, and then also just like a heads up, so next year we've allocated $15,000 for SG related programming. So for you guys coming back as senators or in any capacity, there's gonna be an opportunity for you guys to do either agency programming or student programming. So definitely leverage that opportunity.
Would you mind if we just like do this like?
Huh?
Can we just like make the changes after?
I cannot hear you.
Can you just make the changes?
Yeah, that's fine.
I already have the, so everything should be good. Okay. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
Good job.
Hey, Kevin,
Yes.
we should have a motion to integrate the changes, just do it by unanimous. Even if they are changing the textual.
Oh, yes. Is there a second on the motion? Oh, Senator Galton Palacios.
I have a question. Would integrating that policy be appendix C then? That makes sense.
Point of order.
Yes.
I don't think we need to integrate the policy. We can just send it along if they have questions about what our organization is to do it.
Is there any further discussion on the resolution or on the motion?
Wait, so are we not doing the motion? Or-
Is there a second? Seconded by Senator Jimenez Avalos. Now we're on to peer discussion. Now we're on to peer voting. The chair is seeking unanimous consent to add the two whereas clauses that are mentioned up here. Is there any dissent? Okay. The motion has been adopted. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Oh, Senator Meister.
Great job on this. I think it's a really sound and really robust reserves allocation from previous ones that I've seen in years past. You took a lot of intentionality for the student body in a moment to be fiscally responsible and financially sound with a recommendation. Really to take into account also the impact and the greatest impact that we can have with funds by supporting students having accessibility to the campus in such a complex time where there are innumerable legal permutations that may prevent access to students.
Is there any further discussion? No. Okay, let's go to the next item in new business. Senator Meister, to the point of speech for your resolution?
There is.
Yes.
Hi, folks. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna go through this quick. Essentially, in a previous business meeting, you empowered me to create a committee, a special ad hoc committee on finance policy. We collaborated with agency directors, executive council members, and senators to really collaboratively talk to the stakeholders who are impacted by our financial policies and responsible for executing them, to make sure that we could develop a more robust, narrativized, enumerated scope of practice for the director of finance. From year to year, as you all probably know from your participation in student government, one of the biggest things that student government has challenged with is transition and institutional memory. So ensuring that this year, with a variety of stakeholders who have been heavily involved in a myriad of financial changes, we can take notes and put those notes into documentation on the different things discreetly, And explicitly that the director of finance is involved in from a finance policy standpoint, but also add to those things. We started it with a session where we engaged all of our agency directors, senators, executives who were involved in the process and really asked questions about what do we have and what are we missing. We dived a little deeper on things that are already enumerated in the bylaws and the policy index, while also adding additional elements like training, communication, frequency of contact, and ways that the director can seek support with specific tasks. This will hopefully help to create a unified theory of the different ways that they can approach their practice. It's a 11.5-page document, so I do not want to bore with a line-by-line description of that document. But comprehensively, it articulates the scope of practice, which by definition is, again, the expanse, the understanding of what the individual will encompass throughout the course of their role, and something that we can provide support to them in articulating, provide support to them in them implementing, and provide support to them as they seek to enhance it throughout years in the future. That's all I got. I hope you will vote in support of this resolution because I think it's going to be a game changer. Questions? Yeah.
Maybe you said this already, but is this people who are already in student government that would be part of this committee or like outsiders?
It's already done and we already made the amendment. It's an addendum to the policies you received today. It's called Appendix A. And it is basically like student financial policy. It's like 11 pages long, kind of walks through step by step. We created it over like since the last meeting. We did it in 3 weeks.
I understand. Sorry.
Senator Mingo.
Oh. Like
Ellie.
After this fiscal year, is the ad hoc committee gonna be over?
The ad hoc committee's done. I mean, officially it's done. We presented to the Senate. It had no power beyond the course of this conversation. That role would fall back to budget and rules. It was like a amalgamation of the rules of budget and rules to do a very special project on a really, really, really short timeline. Any other questions? Cool. There may need to be some small amendments specifically relating to title changes of administrators as time goes along. My biggest pitch is that just make sure that your cognizant administrators are aware of the specific duties that have historically involved them in this policy. Sarah, if possible, if you could just share this with admin once it gets approved. They do have different roles in the process. The director of finance is not alone. I want to speak to an agency director's feedback that this sounds like a full-time job, and if they don't have help, it is. And so making sure that we're supporting them, that administrators are supporting them, that all those involved in the process are mutually supporting one another and making this a collective endeavor, that while the director of finance is responsible for at the end of the day, and the student body president and regent is responsible for them in that they shouldn't have to implement that singularly, because that's something that I don't think there are many students on campus who would have the time, bandwidth, or accessibility to the position to dedicate 40 hours a week to. That would not be great. So, cool. Thanks.
Is there any discussion on the resolution? If there's no further discussion. So if there's no further discussion, now we're going to be voting on C all the way up to H. All those in favor, please raise your hands. $14, and then all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstained, please raise your placards. From C to H, the resolution passes. Senator Malagares.
Motion to table, or not table, to skip, exec and chair reports and adjourn meeting.
Adjourn meeting. Is there a second? Senator Wengel. No, to voting. Oh, is there any discussion? Senator
A small amendment to keep for the good of the order, since this is our last meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Seconded. Is there a period of discussion to amend the motion? The chair is seeking unanimous consent. Is there any dissent? The main motion is to skip executive reports and committee reports. Is there any discussion? If there's no further discussion, the chair is seeking unanimous consent. Is there any dissent? Okay. And then the chair, the motion is adopted. Yes, Senator Lopez Parada.
What's it called? I just got confirmation that, what's it called? As we know of, we're the first university to pass that resolution that we just went through, the first in the country. So I think that's kind of, like that's a moment. This is a special moment. Yeah.
For our next item of business is good of the order. For this good of the order, this was introduced to me when I first started Student Government Association by the 2022 and 2023 Student Body Vice President Veronica Chapman, where we have to like acknowledge something about the other person, if that makes sense.
About anyone in here?
Anyone in here, like for example.
But it's like a popcorn effect, so when you
Yes,
acknowledge someone,
yes.
you acknowledge someone else, and it trickles down to everyone in the room.
Can I go first? Someone, yes, Senator Gomez.
I'll go first. Kevin, I really like how funny you are.
Oh, thank you. I would say, Gabby, I really love your smile.
You want me to what?
I'll do a mirror. I admire that you're a freshman and you've been doing a lot already. So snap to you.
I'll go for you. I'll say you always have amazing input, and I think everything you've said in the time here has always been useful.
Gonna toss a rose to Ashani and say thank you for being our student regent during a really tough year. You did an incredible job.
I'm gonna toss it to Brian. I think that you've championed a lot. I feel like seeing you grow from like FYLC to this year, I feel like you've definitely come a better advocate.
I guess to everyone in Senate, and more specifically Nasrin and Talia, thank you for putting up with my my goofiness and my tomfoolery every Senate meeting. Yeah, we can.
I'm gonna thank you for apologizing for that, actually, that was really, nice of you. I'm gonna just say Talia, sorry, even though city government was not what maybe like you and I maybe thought it was gonna be, but you've done so much, and especially partnering with Kevin on all the mental health proposals and just like adding the more absences and stuff just for our Senate to, you know, have more fair ruling in their absences. Anyways, yeah, here you go. I'm gonna pass it off to Brandon. I think you've done a great job just within like your first
month and a half-ish, almost 2 months of Senate, and really just championing new initiatives to like get us more involved and engaged within our community. And presenting your first resolution today. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love how it's so well.
A little bit. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna pass it to Rosie. I mean, of course, we're Goodrich, cohort, same thing. And how I feel like in a way you kind of introduced me to SBA and seeing how much you have evolved from, I feel like the beginning of you in SGA and then now I'm really proud of you and you've really done such an amazing job. Wow.
People who haven't been called yet, stand up or something, just so it's easier to know who hasn't. Yeah. Just so we're not wasting time.
No, that feels wrong, because if you're the last person.
Or like, I don't know, it's just
Some way that you know.
yeah, it's gonna get hard, Rosie.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll step away from the table, but if you've been called, just step away.
I'll go home, go sit home. Huh?
Go sit up front.
The front? No.
Yes, I actually lost.
Alright, guys, just keep going, sorry for wasting time.
Mine goes to Kyra, because Kyra's been there since I was a little freshman baby on campus, and she's just helped me a lot. And she's always willing to talk to me and hear me out, so.
I will give mine to Lee. He has been so helpful this year. I feel like, I initially kind of was nervous to step into the chair position. And I feel like anytime I did not know what I was doing, or I was like a little lost, you were like, girl, I'm kind of lost too, but I'm helping too. And so I feel like that was very beneficial, was really helpful. So yeah, thank you.
I think I've worked with you too much personally this year, and I didn't know you prior to this year, but I don't know, you've done your thing, and I've respected you for it, and you're gonna do well in it, so good for you.
I'm gonna give mine to Dee Dee. Yeah, I've only been here for 1 year, my last year, but she is just like this ball of light. She's always super positive and always tries to have a good outlook on things. And she has really taken a step forward, especially just kind of putting herself out there and just trying to take initiative. And I really do admire that.
I'm gonna give it off to Ellie. Thank you for all the projects that we worked on together, and I will always admire your passion for advocacy.
Give mine to Drew. He's been an amazing director of finance and helping us with budget committee, trying to figure out the scopes of purchases and keeping us motivated, especially at 12 a.m. when we're doing our purchase requests after Senate, and not even just that, but as a colleague and everything. So I really do appreciate you, Drew.
Alright, who is left? Cause I don't want.
I'm standing because I'm not left.
Geo. I don't think Geo went. No.
You got
Don't make me
Kate,
feel good.
Ellie Einstein, and Rebecca.
And then Emily.
Awesome.
Dalton.
I'm gonna give mine to Caitlin. I worked with her a lot over budget committee, and even though we don't know each other a lot, I see the hard work and dedication that she put in over the course of this year, and I just really admire it. She consistently shows up to budget committee, and I feel that being on budget committee, I'm not gonna lie, it's been hard this year for a lot of them, and they get a lot of hate, and it's really inspiring to see that she is still coming back week after week to make these difficult decisions, and it's just inspiring.
We'll pass it off to Emily, because I think we were kind of in the same boat coming to SGA together, and you just been a beautiful person to just lean on over the law.
I'm gonna give mine to Rebecca, who shout out, she literally drives every Friday from Fremont, or every Thursday here from Fremont, and then especially today, she had to drive through Hale. Yeah, Hale. Crazy. I'm dedicated. Yeah. Love her bag. Yeah, you came in right away and like, I don't know, you're just a very nice person and I see your dedication, so good job.
I'm gonna pick Ellie because she understood what was going on this whole meeting and explain it to me, so shout out to you, Ellie.
Who else needs one? Oh, Rosie and Dalton.
I was gonna say, can we give a shout out to the students who saved the whole time and?
I stayed here for the entire thing for some reason.
Yeah.
I believe CEO is the only one. Yeah, thank you so much for being a part of having this work. Okay. A long time in business is adjournment. Is there a motion? Please. I'm Senator Brady. Is there a second? I'm Senator. Is there a discussion? Yes, Senator Piper.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you guys can take this home with you guys.
Yes. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. 2024-2025 Student Senate has adjourned.
I'm not writing this till.
I know it's not getting fine. Hold on.
Budget committees. We need to figure out our ish.
We have Gala next Thursday.
Yeah.
Gala, everyone's invited to Gala. All have a fun time at Gala next Thursday at 7. Yeah.
You wanna do purchases?
Yo, y'all, we're on a high story and I think this is a great opportunity.
I got here late, but.
Yes.
Yeah, when we throw Ellie off the bridge, like they did.
Wait, I don't like the last part. Oh, no, you're talking about like the end of the finale of like the 5th.
I'm not sneaky. I shower.
Ellie's like, well, it still has to be.
Good job managing those.
Talking about how you already handed
What did you say?
That was so valid.
Let's talk about how you always pay attention to.
I wasn't even joking. I was just like, no doubt.
I know, exactly, that's right.
Sometimes I like listen to other conversation, act like I'm engaged.
We always
Act like I'm engaged in this one, but in reality I'm listening.
I'm in the back. Never. Like, no.
Oh, yeah. Like the branch or something. Yeah, okay.
Tell me about your brand.
Yeah, so just kind of getting started up here. We have like 5 people in Omaha combined, and then we have a lot more in Lincoln actually, which is kind of nice. Organizing scenes.
Committee.
Right, and like we're better for Omaha.
The way your face is changed.
They don't have any more authority up there.
I mean, we're getting set up, so like there's not much I can say about like specificities of like the ranch. Like compared to other organizations, like I don't know.
Dude, you should see us. You're shy at
Even if.
shareholder meetings.
Yeah.
I gotta talk about
That's your line, it's a galaxy.
So to compare to like I've been with us for like 2 years now. We don't like now that I'm actually in Omaha, we have an actual ranch set up. Germans
Oh, sure, on the presidential ticket.
Who's watching?
Hey, we should all meet up though. We never had a celebration.
I would recommend we're starting.
I didn't know about it. I was too excited for it. Didn't really want to. I know a lot of the. Red O'Shea. Radios.
Yeah, after here, I'm taking it.
We're done.
Y'all.
Oh, yeah.
So now I'm not responsible for anything that happens.
I saw some Judith, Ellen Judith, voice spread to people rally. I don't know if you were there.
I was not.
I'm here and I'm
That's also part of
Oh, nice.
But maybe I'll start like.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be.
Kind of like built. I understand like.
I would be upset like something. Organized.
It was a good review too, like.
Not like
very
group
articulate.
if you won, but like the joint coalition things on our own efforts, not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, co-opted.
Yeah.
No, actually, we have been co-opting because like the whole 50-51 is like a co-op. Violence, but we've been co-opting that. It's so hilarious. We had like 3 fucking speakers.
No.
How hilarious.
Daniel.
Me, we're not. People in two choice. And then.
I was joking, guys, don't.
So
Thank you for saying this.
I said it a little too.
I did not appreciate his mannerisms. I think he was man. That's still enough to what you got. I'm sure it should be fine. I'm not. I will. Yeah, I read it. I wanted. I don't usually write reviews.
Yeah.
Because like it makes it more.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Job.
This person wrote it.
Guys. Great.
I guess I have 2 reviews now. I thought the second
My
one
hours.
was.
Imagine a 15-hour guys.
Shit. Oh shit!
Oh no.
That's look how I started it. I remember there. I had a house.
There you go. Where's the right?
I got it right here. I don't remember. I haven't seen it.
I mean, suppose.
Wait, next week, and like literally every single day.
Especially the fact that you work so hard, like the best part. Imagine like everything.
I was sitting, I was at another bar, sitting down, like, and someone took a video of me and they're like, this guy's really right.
No, that's
I
very.
was pissed. I was so mad. Oh.
I'll be your first insurance. I should have, I did, I was like, what are you talking about here? Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's why I walked out my eye. How did you know? I mean, no, I actually started dying. I was like, I because you spoke first. That's even more embarrassing than I think. I'm worried because that person like I'm fine. I drink some water. I was like, good, and then it just it's fucking embarrassing. Yeah.
You outside.
Did you guys really? That's even more fun. I could have literally.
Sign.